Start broadcast.
I'm here.
Perfect. All right. Mayor Glover, you may start the meeting.
Well, good morning, everyone, and I'd like to welcome everyone to this council meeting of August 19th, 2020. We have a couple of special guests that will be joining us at the meeting this morning. We have, along with our council, we have staff, and I'd like to welcome John Ewart, the Township solicitor. You'll see him there on the screen. So to begin, I'd like to call the meeting to order. And is there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor Glover, we have one change under reports, McLeod 7HI. The applicants have requested that this matter be postponed until September.
Okay, are there any other changes, or can I call the meeting to order?
No, that's it. You can call the meeting to order.
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Council, be it resolved that the council meeting, moved by Councillor Brooks, seconded by Councillor Papard, be it resolved that the council meeting agenda dated August 19th, 2020 be adopted as amended as follows. Reports and bylaws, Director of Corporate Services, application for a portion of the Shore Road Allowance, ORA file number 19-2020, McLeod DePauli. Council, all those in favor? If you put your hands back up there. Councillor LaCroix, we're in? Yes, so I see that's passed. Thank you very much. Secondly, I have our land acknowledgement statement, which I'm going to read. We want to acknowledge that we are on lands traditionally occupied by Indigenous peoples. Their legacy and respectful stewardship for this land continues to shape Lakewood Bays today, and we want to show our respect. Centuries after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today and in guiding our decisions and actions. Next on the agenda, we have the disclosure of any pecuniary interest. Is there anyone that wishes to disclose? Yes, Councillor Tapley. See your hand?
Yes, 7AI on the short-term rentals by reason of employment.
Thank you very much. And I see, Madam Clerk, we're aware of that one. Anybody else with any sort of disclosure? I don't see any. So at this point in time, we're going to go to, after this little bit I'm going to read. Moved by Councillor LaCroix, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Be it resolved that in accordance with Section 239, 1, 2, and 3.1 of the Municipal Act, C25 SO 2001 as amended, the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays will convene in closed session at 8:37 a.m. for discussion regarding Corporate Services Department litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, Swain Dubé. Council, any questions? I'm going for the vote. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So we'll be going to closed session, returning after that.
So I direct council to leave this meeting and enter into the closed session meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Regular?
I don't know, driving from Peterborough, you must gotta go. That's a beautiful drive. I love that.
Yeah, no, it's those things that folks morning.
So who's the actual person in the street? Okay. We're gonna try it, if not, we may have to toggle to this, so. Oh, so apparently there's some sort of attack going on, so because our firewall is blocking Chinese and Russian IP addresses.
So you weren't part of roll.
So we're gonna try it one more time, if it doesn't, we're gonna toggle to, this connection. Okay, yeah.
I don't know.
You know what, I had a spike since yesterday,
So usually there's like a roll call that you'll keep part at the beginning and then you go off and do the program. But
Oh, no, I did.
I assume we're not, because we're not like management.
Here, Bueller. Oh,
You're muted. Good.
That crap. If I can remind everyone, if you can make sure you're muted. We can hear the odd groan and dog and so on and so forth. So if you can make sure you're muted when you're not on speaking, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Carrie, apparently you have turned off my video, according to this.
And mine too. I can't get on. The host has stopped it.
I'm not the host this time, so bear with us.
Thanks.
So council and those watching, just bear with us momentarily. We're trying to figure out our technical situation here with our issues with Facebook Live, and then we'll resume the meeting. So please be patient and just give us one moment. Mayor and Council, we are still having issues with the Facebook Live, so I'm going to suggest that we proceed with the meeting. It is being recorded on Zoom. Recording of the meeting proceedings on Facebook after the meeting. It's not the same as being live, but that is, we have to roll with the punches here this morning, and I don't want to waylay the council meeting for these technical issues with Facebook.
Oh, there I am. I'm back.
I can't get on. I can't start my video. There you go.
Carrie, can you check Scott's, please? He's having some issues.
I'm just checking with the host here to make sure that everybody's on, and yep, there's Scott.
Perfect. Does all of the, just wondering if all of the staff would like to just appear for a minute to make sure that everybody's working? Watson, Chris, Mr. Hernan, Chief Hernan, thank you.
Perfect.
Chris Collins.
I'm just gonna add that my host is blocking my video.
I'll just fix that.
Give us one more second.
There you go.
Okay, all good. Thank you. Bye, staff.
Perfect.
Great
All
team.
right. Okay. Mayor Glover, you may reconvene the meeting. You might want to start.
Hello, welcome back. I'd like to welcome everyone who's joining us as you can. And as Carrie had said, we'll be recording the meeting and playing it back later because we're having technical difficulties. So I believe I can just go into the deputation. Can I not? Or, oh, you're going to give me something to...
I'll do roll call.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
If you can mute yourself. Okay. So Councillor Mike Papard.
Present.
Councillor Robert LaCroix.
Present.
Councillor Nancy Tapley.
Present.
Councillor Rick Brooks.
Present.
Councillor George Anderson.
Present.
Councillor Jacqueline Godard.
Present.
Chief Administrative Officer Michelle Norman.
Present.
Director of Finance, Treasurer Tom Jafusha.
Present.
Superintendent of Parks and Facilities Scott McKinnon.
Present.
Superintendent of Public Works Steve Peace.
Present.
Director of Building and Bylaw Services Stephen Watson.
Present.
Director of Planning Services Melissa Markham.
Present.
CEO Librarian Kathy Fairbairn.
Present.
Fire Chief Steve Hernan.
Present.
Acting Deputy Clerk Chelsea Ward.
Present.
Economic Development Coordinator Jennifer Clancy.
Present.
Interim Economic Development Coordinator Leanne Federley.
Present.
Planner April Bestereris.
Present.
Bylaw Enforcement Officer Chris Collings.
Present.
Everyone is here. You may start the meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome back, and everyone's present. So we're going to get started into the deputation, I believe. Next. So this morning, we're going to hear a number of deputations, and the first one I have at 9, well, the time's changed, obviously. We're at 9:59. I'm sorry for any delay. we're going to be listening to Carolyn Konashevsky, the Environmental Chair, Lake and Bays Association. So I guess we're going to bring her in.
We're just moving her over from an attendee to a panelist. She'll be here shortly.
Thank you very much. There she is. Good morning, Carolyn. How are you today? I'm sorry for any delays we've had. We can't really help them. There's been some technical delays, and we had a brief discussion earlier this morning. But I want to welcome you here today, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Mayor Glover. Good morning to you and to all the councillors. I appreciate your giving me the time to be here today. It was fine waiting. I didn't have a long drive to get there, so it's all working out.
That's wonderful. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes for your delegation, and you can start immediately. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Okay, I have, I'm hoping everybody can see the slides that I have here.
I believe they can. I can see them, so I'm assuming everyone can see them.
All right. I just wanted to take a few moments to quickly go over what the Lake of Bays Association has been doing with regard to aquatic invasive species. And our outreach program, the request to place literature boxes at the public boat launches in Lake of Bays. And one of our concerns has been some of the things that are happening. A lot of people don't realize Phragmites, shown in the picture on the left. That's at Grenadier Pond. That is actually an aquatic invasive species. This particular patch had not fully grown at the time that you see it. It can grow even more than that. It can grow up to 15 feet, which is pretty remarkable. You see it growing in ditches often because that's where the moisture is, but it can get into waterfront, which is a big concern, and it has been a major problem in Georgian Bay area, where whole beaches have been lost, and they've been struggling fighting it. This picture here is a freshwater jellyfish that we may actually have in Lake of Bays already. This was apparently seen at Dwight Beach, and from the looks of it, that's what it is. And spiny water flea is also something we know we have in Lake of Bays. And we do have some other really major concerns. The starry stony wart, Eurasian milfoil, Chinese mystery snail, and that really is the name, and banded mystery snails and New Zealand mud snails. The starry stonewort is of particular concern right now because it is in the area. It's in Stone Lake, which is in the Kawarthas, and they have a yacht club, and they join the Lake of Bays Yacht Club every year, or have done up until now. Bringing their yachts here, and we bring ours there. Starry stonewort is a really nasty aquatic invasive species. They have quite a problem in Star Lake. They do know about it now, and they are taking precautions before they come into Lake of Bays. I don't think I need to go into all these details with most of you because you're well aware of the problems that are posed by invasive species. They're really difficult to remove or to control, and they can make a huge impact on the lake, everything from just the biodiversity that's there, and also just affecting people's personal lives, making swimming unpleasant or impossible at some times. They can block views, they can plug water lines, and definitely reduce property values. So what LOBA's been doing to raise awareness about this and get people to know about is to communicate with articles in our yearbook. We have brochures and booklets that are all there at our AGMs for people to look at and take. We put articles and links in our news flashes. We have information that we've shared in Facebook and Instagram. And we have, thank you to the Township of Lake of Bays, been able to put up the clean drain, dry drain signs at all of the boat launches in Lake of Bays. And there are articles that are in the works for the future on for Newsline in print and on online media. And one thing we've also done is last year we set up an aquatic invasive species outreach team. They're all volunteers. They would go to the boat launches near their cottage when it was convenient for them, and hopefully when there were people coming and going from with their boats. They would point out the signs, they would chat with them about invasive species and answer questions, hand out a few brochures, and just chat with about what was involved with invasive species and what a problem they are. So that, of course, did not happen this year because of social distancing. And so we have, and we had already planned this, but this seems to be even more important right now, as the installation of outdoor literature boxes. Now, these boxes here are, this one in the picture is at the Huntsville South Portage Public Boat Launch. It has been there for about 6 weeks. This box is one that I am personally monitoring. I go by every now and then and make sure that it is clean, that there's nothing else in there, add more flyers if necessary. And the idea is that we will put these up one at a time when we have a volunteer who can supervise and make sure that it is being maintained properly, that it isn't being used for garbage, and make sure that there isn't any litter. So far, we've had none of those problems at the Huntsville boat launch. So I'm hoping that's an indication of how things will go in the future. So these are going to also, I'm going to suggest that we remove them at the end of the boating season and just put them in storage, and they can go back up again in the spring. We did a cottager on her own bought one of these boxes and put it up at the Dwight Beach. I didn't know till after it was done that she'd done that. She left it up over the course of the winter because she wanted to see how it would live up to the elements. It did just fine, but regardless of that, I don't think it's a good idea to leave it there. We would take it down for the winter season. And hopefully this will be a way to reach some of the people who are coming and going, particularly this year with fishing, and next year, I suspect, with conditions the way they are, we may be looking at the same sort of restrictions for social distancing and mask wearing. And we will have people who are fishing going back and forth between lakes. So we really want to try and get to those people somehow. And that's it. I hope that I've answered some of your questions, and if anybody has any more questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, well, thank you very, very much, Carolyn, for that presentation. And I want to applaud your passion. And I think that it's volunteers like yourself that help educate people and educate council so that we're more aware of environmental issues and other issues like that. So thank you very, very much for the presentation and for joining us this morning. Council, do we have questions for Carolyn with regards to these boxes? I know that we had debated earlier, and then of course questions came up, and I think she's answered a lot of them, but go ahead, Councillor Goddard.
Through you, Mayor Glover. Not a question, I just wanted to say thank you to Carolyn and Loba for doing all you do to educate the public. This is very important, and I've seen a lot more fishermen this year and boats going in and out for that purpose, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goddard. Councillor Papard, do you have a question? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Papard. Do you have a question?
The audio's bit. I just want to say this is a great idea, and then I just want to say this is a great idea. I fully support it, and unfortunately I have to leave the meeting by appointment. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. So all kinds of compliments there. Any other questions, Council, for Carolyn with regards to her boxes? Okay. Do I see? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Goddard.
Yes, a question. I just, in regards to, should this be approved today, Echo Lake, I think that was a concern because I think that is district property, and I don't know if there is a LOBA sign there, but there may be already. I think so, that you put one there at Echo Lake. Carolyn, do you remember?
As far as I know, Echo Lake isn't on the list of places where we have a public boat launch. I do know people who are on Echo Lake, and I talk with them, and I do know someone actually who lives there, and some people do use her dock to access the lake, her boat launch, I mean, and I gave her a few flyers, and as far as I know, that's the only thing that's going on at Echo Lake.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brooks, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, to Caroline, adding my support for the program. I think it's excellent. I have certainly been going around and championing putting the clean boat signs up, so that's a good thing. What I would like to know, Caroline, is staff going to be made aware of a schedule of where you would like to put them, so we know to in a certain time frame to go and look to make sure that and monitor, just as you are monitoring, but from our perspective, to be able to monitor.
I can easily let people know. I can let Scott know when they go up. The idea is to put them on the same posts as the clean, drain, dry signs. And I can't tell you what the schedule is because it's going to depend on whether I have a volunteer in the area, because I'm not putting up a box which is not going to be monitored on a regular basis. So they will go up piecemeal until we can get organized. I'm hoping to eventually next year. I don't think it's realistic to be able to do all of that this year given the lateness of the season already, but certainly by next year get all of Lake of Bays done, and then hopefully maybe even get some of the public boat launches in the township other than Lake of Bays to do that. But I can't give you a schedule right now, but I can make sure people that you do know about when they're going up.
Okay, well, I think that was the point Councillor Brooks made, that if you could coordinate with Scott, we'd sure appreciate it, so that we're well aware of what's going on. And I think you've alleviated a lot of our concerns. The concerns were around, vandalism, garbage, so on and so forth. And that is actually the case with a number of items I've seen all over the township. So it's very important that we control it best we can. And it appears to me that you've got that well under control with your idea of volunteers and people looking after the boxes. So this sounds like a great plan to me. Any other questions, Council? Councillor Brooks, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a follow-up to that. Caroline and I have direct communication with all of our lake associations in St. Clair Finlayson, and because I have your presentation on the computer, I can forward that to them. All AGMs are coming up soon, so again, it's just awareness that can help your situation as well as ours.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam CAO, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Yes, I just wanted to refer to Councillor Godard's information that she just was talking about Echo Lake. There is a sign there that says clean, drain, and dry your boat. And I think that's been the confusion, is because it's not registered as a public boat launch, but there is a sign. So we are trying to figure this out with the district. So you could hold out and putting any boxes at that particular site until we can get some clarification, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for looking after that detail. Anybody else have any questions with regards to this delegation? I don't see any hands, so I want to thank you, Carolyn, again, very, very much for joining us today. And I've got something to read here. There we go. Moved by Councillor Papard. Is he still on, or has he? I'll have to get another mover on that. Is someone, I'm going to put in Councillor Brooks. Oh, no, that can't. I'm going to put in Councillor Goddard. Moved by Councillor Goddard. Seconded by Councillor Brooks. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays received a delegation from Carolyn Konashevsky, Environmental Chair, Lake of Bays Association, regarding the outdoor literature boxes, and further, the council hereby approves the installation of the outdoor literature boxes at the municipal boat launches. Questions or comments, Council? Okay, seeing none, I'm going for the vote. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you, Carolyn. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving along. You have a second delegation, number 2. And firstly, though, I'm going to go to our Madam Clerk. She's going to direct us through the way the next part goes. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Mayor Glover and Council, I would ask for your permission to present a staff report with respect to the application for license of occupation for Dubay prior to listening to the delegations. So if everybody's okay with that, I'll pull that forward and I'll speak. And then we also have the Township Solicitor here, John Ewart, that will speak after me. Sure. Okay, hopefully everybody can see my screen. The applicant, Mark Dubay, and his wife, Maura Dubay, located at 1025 Bayview Acres Road, have an existing dock on the flooded original shore road allowance, and subsequent to township policy, have applied for a license of occupation to permit the continued use of this dock on township-owned land. As noted in the report, the applicant and his wife have a perpetual deeded right-of-way, 18 feet in width, for both foot and vehicle traffic over the neighboring property to access the lake. The dock is located in between the projected limits of the boundaries of the right-of-way and has existed in this approximate location for many years. It is the township's policy to receive and consider applications for license agreements for a period of up to 10 years for existing and/or proposed encroachments on shore road and road allowances or other township property associated with an existing use. The granting of license of occupation agreements has been assigned by council to staff as a delegated authority. However, in this situation, the existing dock and legal right-of-way has been the subject of litigation between the applicant, his wife, and the neighbors, the Swains. Therefore, as per section 3.09 of the LOC policy, a staff report is before council today for approval. A license of occupation would provide the township with an annual fee of $500 and assurance that the property owner's insurance policy with the township as an additional insured would be the primary policy should a loss occur or if any action, suit, claim, or demand is brought against the township. The applicant would agree to indemnify the township and would be responsible for the payment of all premiums and for the costs and expenses of defending or settling such actions, suits, claims, or demands against the township. Both the Swains and the Dubays have provided some minor corrections to the background information provided in the staff report. I've included those here today for your reference, and after the meeting, we'll republish a revised report for the record. Information removed is illustrated as struck out in red, and new information is illustrated in blue. The second bullet on page 4 should read property B as the resort property, not A. Bullet 5 and 7, the 5th and 7th bullet on page 4, where it refers to Swains being the owners, should read Mrs. McDonald and her daughter Catherine Swain acting as power of attorney. The 8th bullet, when referencing litigation between the Swains and the Whites, should read Mrs. McDonald, represented by her litigation guardian, Catherine Swain. The statement about the dock, or statement that the dock was relocated from the water's edge out onto the township-owned flooded OSRA has been moved to the next bullet to coincide with the Dubays purchasing the property from the Whites. Lastly, the second bullet on page 5 again needs to refer to Mrs. McDonald, represented by her litigation guardian, Catherine Swain. In addition, it has been noted that when Mrs. McDonald passed away, Mrs. Swain inherited property A, and that Mr. and Mrs. Swain continued the litigation against the Dubays. As noted in the report, the township solicitor recommends a license of occupation agreement be entered into pursuant to the township's jurisdiction over this land in accordance with the township policy to permit the continued use of the existing dock encroaching on the township flooded original shore road allowance to mitigate the risk and liability of the township. The license of occupation is not intended to be a permanent solution, but rather in most situations, an opportunity to provide the applicant time to relocate the encroachment on the applicant's principal property or to purchase the property from the township. As neither option is feasible for the applicant and due to the ongoing litigation between the applicant, his wife, and the neighbors, staff are recommending a license for the term of the agreement up to 10 years or until the Dubays sell, transfer, assign all or part of their lands, in which case the agreement would be terminated and the dock would be removed. The applicant has requested the stipulation exclude his spouse. Currently, the property is only in Mr. Dubay's name and they're intending to transfer it into both of their names. So in the event that the owner wishes to sell, transfer, assign, or otherwise convey all or part of his interest in the lands other than to the spouse of the owner agrees that with the within agreement will terminate and the encroachment contemplated by the within agreement will be removed from municipal property. Staff have no concerns with the approval of this application and following the legal advice of the township solicitor on this matter. And I am available if anybody has any questions, or we can move over to Township Solicitor John Hewitt for his presentation.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Council, any questions for Carrie at the start of this? Looking around, the screens are very small, so raise your hand high if you want to ask a question, but I don't see any hands at this point in time, so I'm going to, nope, that's just flicking the hair. Go ahead, John, you can take it away.
And thank you, Your Worship, and through you. As Ms. Sykes has identified, the subject lands are municipally owned lands, and as such, the municipality has the sole jurisdiction over these lands in terms of how it'll be treated. That is subject to license agreement or otherwise. Needless to say, any decision with respect to this matter will be governed by the provisions of the Municipal Act, and any decision taken will have to have regard to the relevant sections which asserts or provides jurisdiction for municipalities over these subject lands. As recommended, any use of the lands by any third party of municipal lands should be the subject of a license of occupation or license agreement, which will set out the terms, including the tenure of the agreement itself and any insurance or indemnification requirements. Council will be informed by the information that it receives this morning. I understand some materials have already been provided in advance by other ratepayers, but based on the delegations to be received this morning, Council will have to inform its decision based on that information provided. At the end of the day, it's going to be a Council decision in terms of how these lands will be treated and whether or not the lands will be the subject of any license of occupation or license agreement. And subject to any questions that Council may have, Your Worship, those are my submissions.
Thank you, John. Council, questions for John? Not seeing any hands raised at this point, so I think we can proceed to the delegations. Madam Clerk, does that sound like a plan? Okay, so we're going to bring in our first delegation, which would be Mark and Maura Dubé. As soon as we see them on the screen, I will. Oh, I see somebody there. Yeah. Okay, I see Mara Dubé, I believe. Yes. Is that how is this going to go? Right. Okay. So, Mara, good morning and welcome. You can put your mic on and welcome this morning. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off with you with your delegation. You have 10 minutes to present. And whenever you're ready, you can get started. I'm going to start the clock now at 10:24:49.
Thank you. Mayor Glover, members of council, members of staff. My name's Maura Dubé, and I'm here this morning to speak to the Dubé application for a license of occupation for our dock, which rests, as you know, on flooded township OSRA land. The dock is located at the end of a perpetual right-of-way deeded to the property at 1025 Bayview Acres Road. We are requesting staff's recommendation to grant this license be accepted. Mark and I would like to acknowledge the time and money that the township has dedicated to the issues regarding this dock. We are sure there's a considerable file containing regular communications that we, and particularly our neighbors, the Swains, have had with the township staff throughout the years. It is clear that our neighbors see us as intruders and are not happy about us having a dock at the end of the deeded right-of-way. We are furthermore disheartened to see that they and others are seeming to make this application about something else entirely, rather than the liability issue it is intended to address. As you know, this application is not about installing a new dock in the water in front of our neighbor's land. There is historical evidence indicating that there's been a dock in this location for over 60 years. From 1956 to the present, the various resort and private owners of the property have maintained the dock, and they, their families and guests have had continuous, uninterrupted, and exclusive use of it. We have provided a detailed fact sheet and timeline along with supporting documents and pictures for your information. The chronology, we feel, speaks to both the existence and the ownership of the dock. 1025 Bayview Acres was already being operated as a cabin camp before the McDonald's bought their first parcel of land in 1951. That's shown in document B. And a dock was advertised as our wharf, offered free to resort guests by the mid-1950s. There's little reason to believe that the McDonald's would have built a dock exclusively for the use of others then or any time thereafter. It is far more probable that the owner of the resort would have installed a dock for the use of his guests and his family. Throughout the time that the McDonald's occupied their property, they never used the dock, nor, to our knowledge, did they ever express a claim to it to anyone, to any of the owners of 1025 Bayview Acres. Be that as it may, the current dock is certainly not the property of the McDonald's or the Swain. This dock was duly permitted by the township in 2004 and was installed by the former owners, Rita and Randall White, after the original crib dock was removed without authorization by the neighbors. It is a seasonal structure which is removed for the winter months. Since the Swains claim to own 10 feet of submerged land from the shore, the dock sits 10 feet out, entirely on flooded township land. It should be noted, our dock is situated in a separate, undeveloped bay, significantly to the east of the Swain cottage and other structures, including their dock. This is shown in document E, which is basically a picture of the dock showing it from the water and the right-of-way. Since 2004, the township's position with respect to our dock has remained constant. The dock is a permitted structure and is allowed to rest on township lands. We understand that the issue of liability can be problematic. We can certainly understand that the township is very mindful of the litigious society we now live in and that it would be anxious to protect itself from a potential lawsuit. As owners of the dock, we have always considered ourselves and not the township responsible for it. It has been and is included in our liability insurance policy, and we have provided the township with proof of same. Unfortunately, we know this does not constitute an absolute guarantee that in the future, some individual could not convince his or her lawyer to include both the Dubays and the township in a lawsuit. Therefore, the township's request that we apply for a license of occupation seems both logical and reasonable, and we are fully cooperating with the township to make this happen. The agreement would formally indemnify the township and allow us to deem our dock as private. For our neighbors, it should help allay the worry or the fear that random strangers could consider the dock open to the general public. In our minds, the issue of liability has always been central to this application. We welcome the opportunity to add a further layer of protection to the township as it seeks and to retain the quiet enjoyment of our dock. We've been in this area for almost 20 years. While this is true that this is far fewer than many others can lay claim to, we feel that a legacy and a tradition have to start somewhere. Our family's here to stay. Since purchasing our first property on Carrymere Road, we've been coming to the lake year-round, getting to know and support the local community. 2 of our children and their family have lived at 1025 Bayview Acres for extended periods and started businesses. One family has since settled permanently in Muskoka and is a contributing member of the local community. Since 2016, our property at 1025 Bayview Acres has been occupied by Gene McKinnon and his family. Gene is a respected member of the local community and I'm sure is known to at least some of you. It became quickly apparent after our purchase of the property in 2006 that the neighbors objected not only to our use of the dock, but also to that of the right-of-way. They have disallowed using the right-of-way as a place to lay towels, shoes, and watercraft, not to mention playing in the sand along that 18 stretch foot of right-of-way. To appease them, we use the dock to access the water and not loiter on their land. The dock is a place for our grandchildren to sit and rest and have a snack when they are cold, tired, or hungry from swimming in the water or playing, and not have to go back to the house to accommodate them. It means that we can show them how to kayak or canoe, and perhaps we hope one day even to water ski, and leave the watercraft safely on our dock and not on the beach or on Swain property, or moored at it for the day when we are not using it, when we are not using the watercraft. It means to us having a place to share experiences with our grandchildren, like silly things, but important at the same time, like counting the waves as they're rolling into shore on a windy day, or marveling at the sunsets and the meteor showers that we so often have in the month of August here at the lake. All we ask is the opportunity to continue enjoying the use of our dock and to see our children and our grandchildren grow to love and appreciate this beautiful lake as much as we do. We hope your vote today will grant us that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mara, for that report. Council, any questions of clarification? We're all pretty clear on that first one. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so I want to thank you very much, Maura, for your presentation, and we'll be deliberating over the situation a little later on in the program. So thanks so much for joining us today, and we appreciate the work you put into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Brooks, did you have a question? No, he just put that. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, next we're going to move to our next delegation. And our next delegation will be from the Swains. And I understand they have a number of people joining us as well.
Their solicitor, Jean Pollock, and their planner, Stefan Sherbach, will be delegating to council this morning.
Okay, so as soon as I see, oh, there's Stefan. Good morning, Stefan. How are you? And I saw something. Oh, there you are over there. Okay, good morning, Jean. How are you doing today? Okay, so you're both muted. Stefan and Jean, you're going to have to unmute yourselves.
Good morning.
Morning, and good morning, Jean.
Good morning, and again, I say I am well, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so I don't know, I guess you've worked out some kind of a program. I see Stefan's microphone's off, so I assume, Jean, you're taking the lead on this one?
I
So,
am, Your Honor.
So I'm giving you 10 minutes. It's 10:34:44, and you can take it away whenever you want.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and good morning, Mayor and Council. I am also counsel for the Swains in the lawsuit that is ongoing between them and the Dubays. But I want you to be aware that the outcome of that action is not relevant to the decision before you today. Because whatever happens in the lawsuit, there will continue to be a deeded right-of-way across property A in your staff report, which is owned by the Swains, allowing foot and vehicular traffic to access the beach from property B, which is owned by Mr. Dubay. And that right-of-way to water is at the heart of the application before you. We say the issue before you is simple. Should the township allow the applicants, who are both Mr. and Mrs. Dubay, a license of occupation for a dock that is unconnected to dry land and wholly on the township's shore road allowance? We say that you should not, because the only connection between the dock and Mr. Dubay's property is a private deeded right-of-way. And furthermore, there is no deeded right-of-way or any other legal right of access between the dock and the property across the concession road allowance that's owned jointly by Mr. and Mrs. Dubay, which is shown as Dubay 1 on the map we provided. I don't have the ability to share the map, but it was in the materials I provided, and I do ask you to reference it. It's right across the concession road allowance from the smaller property B that's owned by Mr. Dubay, and it's that property only that has the right of way. So this situation means at least there's 3 good reasons why you should deny it. First, to grant a license of occupation would be contrary to proper planning principles. Second, it is contrary to the township's existing policy on licenses of occupation. And third, granting this license of occupation for a dock to go at the end of a private right-of-way would set an unfortunate precedent. Mr. Zherbak will address the first 2, and I will address the third. I should also note that despite time being so short, I've added in a couple of comments about the materials we received yesterday on the agenda from the Dubay delegation, and Carrie was good enough to point out some corrections to the background information. So I just ask you to be mindful of those in making your decision. Over to you, Stefan.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Council, for allowing us to contribute to this file. Good morning to staff and Mr. Ewart. Good to see you again. The dock in question has planning implications. Contrary to proper planning principles as shown on the slides, and I'll just direct your attention to the slides that were included in the agenda package instead of sharing a screen. The slides 2 and 3, the dock is accessed from private property. Not only does it frustrate the development rights associated with the Swain property, it also impedes on the Swains' use of their adjoining properties along the shoreline. And finally, it also encroaches over the shared projected property line that's situated at the water. The second slide, titled Policies and Procedures, basically discusses the direction of the official plan with respect to providing privacy and views when considering shoreline structures. It also ensures that there's a compatible with the abutting uses and neighboring properties, and that it be situated in a defined activity area where envelopes are identified in accordance with the various bylaw provisions. The third slide speaks to the applicable development permit bylaw provisions. The dock itself impacts the development rights of the Swains, as the development permit bylaw must include this dock in their lock coverage and shoreline activity area coverage. This is very different than when looking at situations where docks are at the end of road allowances. The highlighted word under the definition of lock coverage appertaining to was specifically placed in the definitions to capture encroaching structures on neighboring lands. And it even captures structures that are placed on different lands, not under the same ownership. That's to ensure that everything is captured under the property and accounted for in lot coverage and shoreline activity area coverage calculations. With respect to the policy and procedures, under slide 4, I understand, and this was addressed by Ms. Sykes, that the policy was drafted for the following reasons: to permit structures on municipal road allowances, on original shore road allowances, and again, to indemnify the township of any liability of use of these structures on public property. It also allows the applicants to enter into a limited license of occupation for 10 years with the option to purchase the land where applicable. And in this instance, because it's a very different scenario situation, the township does not sell flooded road OSRA to applicants, so therefore it would not apply. And again, as Ms. Sykes mentioned, eventually to remove these structures by placing limitations on the license for 10 years and not the intent to allow renewals after the license expires. This situation simply does not fit in with your license of occupation policy and procedures. It specifically applies to the end of a private right-of-way, which is not public lands, or not an open OSRA or an open ORA, which the township deals with on a regular basis. It does not follow the requirements of the policy, in particular either sections 319A or B. This provides some additional direction as to when this policy applies. And finally, I just wanted to include that the staff report includes 3 examples where agreements have been entered into for backlot properties. Again, the fundamental difference between these examples is that they are all structures situated at the end of road allowances leading to water and not private property, which is in this instance. Since the implementation of this policy, as council is aware, it's common for staff and council not to permit new structures located at the end of road allowances leading to water. You have denied many requests to construct these docks or structures, limit the use of road allowances, including in particular one in 2004, where the Dubays were seeking to build a dock at the end of the road allowance between lots 5 and 6. Council at the time denied that request. So in conclusion, council should follow the direction of the official plan, act in accordance with its overall policy regarding such encroachments, which, as set out in section 2.1 of the policy, is not to allow such encroachments on township shore road allowances or road allowances, and deny the request for the license of occupation application. Thank you again for the time. I'm going to pass this back to Jean to summarize the delegation.
Thank you very much. I do want to note that in the comments made by Ms. Dubé and their materials, important facts are left out, such as that when the Dubays only owned that landlocked property across the concession road allowance, the township denied their application to build a dock where the concession road allowance meets the lake. And it was only after the township turned them down that Mr. Dubé bought property B and the right of way to water that came with it. And it also admits the Swain side of the dispute, such as the fact that they say there was a gentleman's agreement with the resort owner for a right of first refusal. But really, most of that's irrelevant. Again, what's important is that the township should not allow a dock unconnected to land to sit on the township's submerged shore road allowance. I just want to make 3 points to finish things off. First, the right of way creates an interest in land, but it does not create an ownership in land. The Swains still own that land. They pay taxes on it. They can sell it. They may even be liable for accidents that are on it because it's still their land. Second, I suggest that this common sense and legally sound understanding that ownership is different from an interest underlies the township policy on licenses of occupation. Try reading the policy with the words right of way added to wherever it says applicant's property, and it makes no sense. Finally, I want to emphasize what a dangerous precedent this could turn out to be. The precedents in the report, as Stefan said, deal with backlots and do not involve private rights of way. Even if you don't feel bound to follow the township's existing policy on granting licenses of occupation or disagree with how we should say it should be interpreted, it's not the township's interest to allow this precedent. It would actually allow the township to permit docks in front of shoreline owners' property without even asking for their consent or telling them the application is happening. Mr. Swain was going to sum up, but I'm very mindful of the time before us. Such a precedent would be very attractive to other people who want to have their own spot on the lake where they can play on the lake despite not owning any shoreline. Mr. Swain and his wife are ratepayers who own shoreline. Mr. Dubé and his wife had landlocked properties. We ask you to be mindful of the policy considerations summed up by Mr. Zerback and the difficult precedent I pointed out to you. But more than anything, he asked me to ask that you treat Mr. and Mrs. Swain fairly. So look at the facts before you on the application. Be objective and please be fair. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the delegation and for joining us today. Council, do you have any questions of clarification for our delegates? I'm not seeing any hands raised, so I want to thank you very much for joining us, and I want to wish you both a good day. Thank you. So, I'm not sure, Madam Clerk, where we're headed next. Are we headed into the consent? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I would suggest if council has any further questions after those delegations from either myself or the township solicitor, that we would entertain those and have that discussion.
So we're going to discuss the whole issue now.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, so sorry, council. Getting into the full discussion, council, questions for our solicitor, John Ewart, with regards to some of the statements that were made in those delegations. Who wants to start? Okay, I'll go ahead. Councillor Taplin. And then Councillor Brooks, I see you there.
If you'd like to go first, Terry, by all means, go first.
Okay, John, one of the first statements that was made several times was about precedent setting, and I wanted to get your opinion as to would this be setting precedent by allowing a license of occupation here on this property?
Thank you, Your Worship. As a general rule, in planning matters, precedents are not set with land use issues. These are all unique situations. In this case in hand, we got a private right-of-way. It's probably unique. You may not see that anywhere else, I don't know. But as a general rule with land use, we don't see that as setting precedent.
I have one further question I wanted to ask, and it would be of our building and bylaw official, Mr. Watson. I wanted to ask, or possibly John, I don't know, but I think it's a building code question, and I wanted to ask that because it was stated, Mr. Watson, if I could call you up, are you with us? Oh, there you are over there. Okay, these little slides float all over the place. Hello, good day. I wanted to ask, because it was stated that anyone could now just stick up a dock at the end of one of these without anyone's permission, completely do it whenever they want, and that would be allowed in the township. So could you address that, please?
No, since the development permit bylaw came into effect, the property owner would have to authorize a development permit, which is a planning application. And also, when they changed the building code in 2006, the property owner has to be the authorized person to authorize a building permit. So they just cannot put one up without those two consents being granted first.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now I'm going to go to council questions. If you have a few, we want to clarify our situation here. Go ahead, Councillor Taplin, whenever you're ready. Thank
you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ewart, is there anything in law that says that persons have a right to a reasonable use and enjoyment of their of the waterfront? Like when you have a right of way that goes to the lake, obviously that right of way is meant to get you to the lake. Having got to the lake, is there a reasonable right of use? In other words, do the people having that right of way, it stops at the lake and they can't do anything except in the water? Is there any right to hang a towel on the beach, put a chair on the beach?
In this particular case, through your worship, in this particular case, the right-of-way is quite clear. They cannot, that is the Dubés or anyone other than the Swain through permission of the Swain to make use of that right-of-way. That's quite clear, and that's been reinforced by an order of the court in this regard. So any reasonable or enjoyment of the right-of-way is very restricted. The rights-of-way it's for A to B. It's ingress, egress, no tarrying, no loitering, no other use of it. So to answer your question directly, because it is a right-of-way which has certain limitations, real limitations, they can't make any use of it other than just keep moving from road to water as the right-of-way provides.
So just if I can clarify that, council, and for the public listening, they can, this right of way and the way it's granted is they could walk up and down it all day because they have to keep moving. They can't put anything down. They can't put a towel down, a canoe down, a beach chair, nothing on the right of way. They're to walk to the end of the right of way and then back home, I guess. And so then my next question is, why would the original person who granted this grant you perpetual use of a right of way if you can't actually go up and down it? And then what would be the use of the dock for the Dubés other than to maybe put a towel down while they swim because they can't put anything down on the beach? Does that sound like the situation, Mr. Ewart?
Yeah, well, thank you, Worship. Again, not knowing how the right-of-way was indeed settled, but it does seem to suggest that it's for access to the lake, and with access to the lake are the auxiliary uses that are made or present with that, i.e. being able to put a boat in the water, a dock in this case, which is being requested. But it is very limited. There's no doubt of that. And the right-of-way itself, whoever settled the right-of-way, whoever created it, and when it was first granted, was thinking, I presume, by reading the language of the right-of-way, to provide access to enjoy the lake. It's a means of gaining access to the lake itself and the use of the lake. Unfortunately, it doesn't extend or go beyond that, and therefore, in this situation, as I understand it, for the Dubés to make further use of the right-of-way or to have let me say, full enjoyment of the right-of-way or full enjoyment of the lake, they need some other means in order to facilitate that. And that's what I think the request is all about.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Glover, and through you to Mr. Ewart. I need a review of the right-of-way comes to the water, then there's a space, and then there's the dock, which is sitting over top of the township land. I'm just wondering, does the right-of-way extend into the water? Like, who owns that, in a sense, water in between the dock itself and the end of where they would walk? So they have to walk across some water to get onto their dock. Like, is it just that the right-of-way keeps going into the water there? Is that what happens?
Thank you. Mr. Ewart, go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, I heard that statement as well, too. And there was some mention of a 10-foot strip of land owned by the Swains. As I see the material in the presentation this morning, that's a question that'll need to be determined. If there is a 10-foot area between the right-of-way ending and the Part 4, that is the municipal property beginning, then unless the right-of-way extends over that 10-foot area, then the Dubés would stop at the right-of-way. It may not extend. And good, thank you. Ms. Sykes has pulled that up, and you can see I think it's the area in a sort of a mauve color right there. That's the question. And that's obviously of concern because of that 10-foot strip. If the right-of-way isn't over that 10-foot strip, what appears to be, at least in this reference plan, but that needs to be ascertained because otherwise there would be no ability to cross over that area onto Part 4 if it's in fact owned by another party, and that's something that'll need to be determined. I heard that too, and I made note of that.
Okay, so that has shot a big confusion question mark into my mind. I don't know, you're saying it needs to be determined when would that process happen, or is that a discussion ongoing, or how? Because I mean, if they can't access the dock, how can they use the dock over that period?
That's the question, Your Worship. And when I heard that statement, that'll need to be determined. I'm looking at the materials that Ms. Sykes had just put on the screen. It looks like the right-of-way does in fact extend over even that portion of the drowned lands. This will obviously require a review of the title, but if it's not touching part 4, doesn't connect to part 4, and there's a 10-foot gap, as I referred to it, then obviously the right of way doesn't extend to part 4, and that would be a concern, obviously, to the municipality, because unfortunately, if that was the case, Mr. and Mrs. Dubé would stop at the water's edge, if you will. But if those drowned lands are another 10 feet to part 4, then it's a question of whether or not they have access over that as well.
Okay, so I'm not sure that question I guess we'll leave, but at this point we are not solicitors, we're not planners, we're your everyday folk, and we have to make a decision based on what we see in front of us and trust that what's there is what's there. So I'm going to move on. Next question, Councillor Tapley, you had your hand up.
I'm wondering, I don't know, Mr. Ewart, possibly it's for you, why anyone would make a deeded right-of-way to give access to the lake that stops 10 feet back from the lake. That seems to me very stupid and very short-sighted of whoever made that right-of-way. So I don't know where we go with this. I mean, I can't believe that they'd give a right-of-way to get to the lake that didn't get them to the lake.
Can I
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Sykes.
I've just received word from Jean Pollock, the solicitor for the Swains, and she has indicated that the right-of-way does extend onto the submerged Swain lands.
Okay.
So that provides clarity. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you. It just seems so inconsiderate to not let people get to the water with the right-of-way meant to get them to the water.
That's right. Thank you very much, Councillor Tapley. Next question, Council. I see Councillor Anderson. Go ahead.
So for clarification, just to make sure I've got it, as you say, I'm just a normal guy off the street. So that right of way does extend to where the dock is sitting. Is that correct? Is that the assumption?
Through your worship, based on clarification by my friend, it would look like part 9, or the right-of-way does extend not only to the edge of the shore, but then furthermore over those 10 feet. So it would touch directly the part 4. So again, Ms. Sykes has it on the screen. So the right-of-way does extend not only over the 2 different shades of purple to part 4. And to the earlier question, yes, it would make sense. The reason why rights of way sometimes stop short is because elevations and lake levels and lands do become drowned and otherwise. But if that depiction is correct, that right of way is touching right directly to part 4.
Okay, so that answers that question. Council, I'm looking to you for further questions, needing clarification, or are you that convinced already? I don't see a lot of hands. I think I'm not seeing hands up. So looking as I am to the clerk, are we going to go to something else at this point? There we go. So Council, I have a resolution in front of me. Moved by Councillor LaCroix, seconded by Councillor Tapley. And I'm going to go ahead and read it, and then we can go to questions or comments or concerns or changes you'd like to make in it. Moved by Councillor LaCroix, seconded by Councillor Tapley. Whereas the Council of the Corporation, the Township of Lake Bay, hereby receives a staff report, application for license of occupation, LOC file number 19-06 Dubé, dated August 19th, 2020. And whereas the applicants have a deeded perpetual right-of-way, 18 feet in perpendicular width for both foot and vehicular traffic over the neighbor's property to access the lake, and have had a dock on the township-owned, flooded, original shore road allowance abutting the right-of-way since they purchased the property in 2006. And whereas the existing dock encroachment and legal right-of-way has been a subject of litigation between the applicants and the neighbors, therefore, as per section 3.09 of the license of occupation, LOC policy and procedures AD-2.1, a staff report be submitted to council for approval for controversial or significant applications. And whereas the township solicitor has recommended that has recommended that pursuant to Section 28 of the Municipal Act 2001, a license of occupation be entered into with the applicant in accordance with the township policy to permit the existing dock encroachment located on the township-owned flooded original shore road allowance. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays approves bylaw 2020-072 to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into a license of occupation agreement with Mark and Maura Dubé to permit the use of the flooded original shore road allowance abutting designated Part 9 on Plan 35R-16496 located in front of Part Lot 6, Concession 11, McLean Ward for the purpose of a dock be approved. And I'm going to read, there's what's in brackets, 040-014-02600-Dubé-1025 Bayview Acres Road, McLean, Lake of Bays. And further, the council add a stipulation into the agreement that in the event of Dubé's sell, transfer, assign all or part of their lands at 1025 Bayview Acres Road, the agreement will terminate and the dock will be removed. Okay, I'm going to open it up again to council. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I need to make an amendment to the resolution. So as noted, that the property is owned by Mark Dubé. And he's being represented by his wife today, Maura. So that needs to be amended there. And as well, sorry about feedback. And as well, the applicants had requested that with that stipulation at the end of the agreement, that it excluded his spouse, so that he could add his spouse to title of the property. So if council is okay, I will include that. I will stop share for a moment and see if there is, I'll leave that for you, Mayor Glover, to see if there is consensus to make that change.
Council, is there consensus to make those first changes in the resolution? Can I get a thumbs up? Is everybody in agreement with that? Okay, so, oh, yep. Is that a question, Councilor Brooks? No, it's a thumbs up. Okay, so we're in consensus with that first part. Now, if we could go back to the actual license agreement. I'm sorry, I was reading it and trying to bounce around there. Did it stipulate the length of time that we would agree to this license in there, Madam Clerk?
The templated time is up to 10 years. So the agreement is written for a 10-year period. A council has the authority to amend that to a different time period if they so wish.
Okay, and also I want to draw council's attention to Madame Dubé's presentation where she was suggesting that boats and so on and so forth could be tied to this dock in future, and how we feel about that, if anything. Council, I'm looking to you now for clarification on if we're generally in agreement with the license. I'm looking for clarification on how you would like the license to read. So I see hands up. Go ahead, Councilor Anderson. Councilor Anderson, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Through you, Mayor Glover, and to you, I would agree that I would like to see something on the length of time. I was thinking maybe a 5-year agreement. And I'd also like to see something written about how the platform, I'll call it a platform, would be used. More than a dock, I'd like to see it maybe as a swimming platform, a destination for the grandchildren and the towels, and not so much for motorized watercraft. So those are the two areas that I'd like to see addressed.
Sorry, if we could take note of that, staff, for us, please, for a moment, if someone could make a note of that. And I'm going to move on to the next comment by Councillor Godard. Go ahead, Councillor Godard.
Yes, I was just, through you, Mayor Glover, I was going to state the same as George, is have some restrictions on the use of this dock. It's obvious that motorized boats would be a real issue given the depth of the water there. It's very shallow. They won't be diving off that dock probably, given the shallowness. So I think we should have some restrictions on the term and the dock use.
Well, if I could ask you, Councillor Godard, that doesn't really give us direction. Could you give us some restrictions, what they are, and the term that you are in favor of? So far, we're hearing 5 years and some restrictions on motorized boats and boats tied up in principally a swimming dock. How do you feel about all that?
I agree with a 5-year term and also restriction on no motorized boats at all. Sea-Doos, no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm moving to, I see Councillor Tapley, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Am I muted? Respectfully, I don't have a problem with staff's recommendation of a 10-year term and day use for a motorized boat, if any. I don't see why people will want to get to the water and not be able to use it. And canoes can be put up on the dock, kayaks will be put up on the dock. If they want to come in with a pontoon boat for the day and take the kids out, I don't see why they can't do that. Like, so day use only for motorized vehicle on that. Like I say, it's very shallow, so you're not going to have a great deep hulled thing coming in to take Mount water skiing. But I think it's unreasonable and unfair to tell people they can't come to the water and then leave a towel and leave a shovel in a bucket, and they've got to be able to use it.
Okay, thank you. I'm needing the other councillors to weigh in on this, if you could. Who would like to go? Go ahead, Councillor LaCroix.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm in total agreement with Councillor Tapley. If you have rights to the water, I don't see why you would limit those rights to a day use only. This is a very shallow bay. I know there's a large sandbar there. You're not going to get a large boat in there. I would think that her idea of day use for a pontoon boat or something that would come in would be very reasonable. Kayak, you saw pictures with kayaks and canoes. If you have a kayak and a canoe and you can't put it on land, you'll have to put it somewhere. You just can't leave it in the water. So to me, it makes perfect sense to allow that. And as far as the lease, I'm not overly concerned whether it's 5 or 10. Council has the right to withdraw the lease at any time. So whether it's 1 year or 10 year, we still have that right. And to make it shorter than 10 years, this is only going to come up again in 5 years from now. So to me, a 10-year lease, as staff has recommended, makes sense. And the use of the dock, as Councillor Tapley and I have suggested, also makes sense of use of the water.
So for clarification, I'm going to go to Madam Clerk with regards to a comment that Councillor LaCroix just made. What would be the way we would readdress this? Would it be through a number of complaints from public with regards to, pulling away the lease agreement within a year or within 2 years? He had stated that we could relook at it immediately if we needed to, because it's just a license. Does that sound reasonable to you?
I will refer to the solicitor, John Ewart, but he has indicated previously that for any reason at all, if council decides in going into the term of the agreement that this agreement is not working in the best interest of the municipality for whatever reason, that we can revoke the agreement.
Okay, and if I could just get John, if you could just clarify that again, as Kerry had directed, just for clarification. That's all I'm looking for.
Thank you, Worship. And that's indeed correct. That's the nature of the license. The license is a unilateral agreement provided by one party to the other to make use of lands. And as long as the terms and conditions are set out therein, it could be a unilateral decision as to when it stops. Based on previous experience, it's usually a complaint-driven issue. I think there would be the requirement and the necessity of allowing, for example, that individual whose rights will be removed, that is the license, that is in this case the due base, if council's inclined to grant that, to understand what the complaint is and to make representations to that. But short of that, that's just fulfills sort of the natural justice component. But subject to that, it is council's decision as to whether or not this license agreement, if granted, is terminated any time. That is what you get with a license, and that is the nature of the beast.
Okay, thank you very much. I saw someone else's hand up. Was it you, Councillor Brooks? Go ahead, Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to somewhat support Councillor Lacroix and Councillor Tapley, I have no issue with the 10-year because of our ability to remove it if necessary. But having said that, in terms of reference, need to be very clear, no ambiguities to give them any wiggle room to argue that, well, why are you taking it away? So if we say no motorized vehicles, or if we say whatever we say, it has to be very clear that that there is no room for misinterpretation.
Okay, so then I'm going to pose it back to you, Councillor Brooks. You need to give me some kind of a clarification because we seem to be kind of somewhat split. I hear from, if I could clarify for all of council, I'm hearing from Councillor Goddard and Councillor Anderson that they want it to be used as a swim dock, and then I'm hearing from Councillor Tapley and Councillor LaCroix that and anyone can interrupt at any time here. I feel that they're saying that it makes no sense. Why would you allow someone availability to water, but not then use the water in whatever way you want, knowing we can revoke this license at any time? So, Councillor Brooks, can you clarify what you'd like to see in the license agreement so that you give staff direction? Because we're going to have to write that right now, I assume. We're going to take a 5-minute break to write that. So.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think we cannot be relying on the fact that it's shallow for nobody to come in with a motorboat. A lot of motorboats are able to navigate into shallow waters, and if they choose, they choose. But in this case, if the clarification is that no motorized boats, no motorized vehicles or boats to be moored, then there's no motorized motorized boats. I'm sympathetic to the fact that yeah, you could have a pontoon boat. I tend to agree that could be left as an option. I'm not sure. I'm not helping you, Mayor Glover, in trying to determine whether to include a pontoon boat or not. But I think we have to be very clear that it's either you are or you're not.
Okay.
I guess we could go back to Councillor Goddard and Councillor Anderson. Would you be okay with a pontoon boat?
Okay, so let's leave it at that for a second. I'm going to go to Carrie for 1 second. Carrie seems to have some sort of a solution here, so let's go to that.
Actually, I just wanted to go back to the previous questions about complaints about the property or complaints about use of the dock. Perhaps we can ask the Director of Building and Bylaw Services if there has been complaints about this dock, Steve Watson.
I think that's an excellent question. Mr. Watson, have we received complaints about the dock from the public in the area or the neighbors or whoever? Please.
As far as our records illustrate, the only complaints we've received were from the Swains, and that's it. We have not received any complaints from the general public in that area.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going back to council. I'm seeing hands are going up, so I'm going to go to Councillor Anderson first.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. Argument in favor of non-motorized craft would be that it's 18 feet of right-of-way that a dock is sitting in front of, but motorized craft will be utilizing area of shoreline potentially that is on the other folks' property that they own and care about. And so you have things like wake, you have maybe noise and so on. Is that going to be relevant? I'm seeing shaking of heads no. But
Okay, well, let's, if we can do this, Council, I think I see you, Councilor Tapley, just give me 1 second. I think if we could first, if I could get a thumbs up that we're looking towards an agreement for a license of occupation first. Could we see that first? Council, are we looking for a license of occupation to be granted in this situation? Okay, see, I see enough thumbs up that that's the direction we're going. So we're at that point. Secondly, now we're going to start to clarify what that license looks like, okay? So, firstly, if I could go to first, let's look at the term of license. Now, I'm hearing 3 councillors suggesting it be 10 years, and that is what staff have suggested. So I'm going to you, Councillor Goddard, and you, Councillor Anderson. How many years would you like to see this license, or are you in agreement with that? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
I was just trying to keep it maybe in a sense more public in that by the time the next term of councillors are in place, then it wouldn't just sort of be lost in the woodwork. It might be reviewed again by either the same faces or new faces in a 5-year period.
Okay, and Councillor Goddard, is that what you're thinking as well? Okay, well, from my point of view, I'm with staff on this. I'm with staff on this, and I'm in agreement of a 10-year deal. So I think there were 4-2 on that one.
Can we do a show of hands on that one?
So a show of hands in favor of a 10-year deal. Okay, so I see 4 shows of hands, and opposed to that would be my other 2 councillors. Okay, so we're in agreement that a show of hands has agreed to a 10-year deal. And next we're moving to, if we could clarify the use of the dock. Does that sound reasonable, Council? Yes, the use of the dock. And we're talking about, as Councillor Tapley had put, you know, is there any reason to allow use to the water if you're going to not allow once you're there? If I can get maybe, if anybody wants to weigh in, and this is open to everyone. Councillor Tapley, did you want to restate that point? Because it seemed to be you were the first one on that one, and I'd like to let you just kind of restate that.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I had a piece of shoreline that was, and Mr. Ewart, that didn't have a dock on it, I had a right of way to the water. It was sandy, it was shallow, there was nothing on it. What would stop me from bringing in a pontoon boat, walking out onto it, not storing it there, going for a cruise, bringing people back, taking people off, going away with the boat? There's nothing to prevent that. Nothing to prevent a ski boat coming in. We go to the ski boat, it goes in the middle of the lake, and we do ski lessons. So they can use it. I don't have a problem saying I don't want mooring or leaving of a motorized boat there. I just don't want to prevent them from being able to, I want to go for a sunset cruise. We spent the money to rent the boat, and there's a cruise and there's the sunset. But they could do that with or without a dock, with or without permission, the way it is now. Could they not? I guess I'm looking at Mr. Ewart.
Go ahead, John, if you could answer that one for us, please.
Yeah, if the right-of-way leads to the water's edge, which we believe it does, yes, there'd be no restriction. And I think the question then is, often the use of a dock is, or the uses made of a dock is dictated by the size of the dock. And I don't know if that's something council wants to consider as well in terms of whether or not the dock will be restricted to what's currently proposed or what's currently has been there. That is to say, it'll not get any larger. That's another issue, perhaps that'll dictate the use. But to be more directly to Councillor Tapley's question, no, there would be no restriction that I'm aware of that would prevent that type of use.
I am absolutely in favor of that last suggestion. Council, how do you feel about that? We restrict the size to what's there and we don't allow anything larger. Councillor Tapley, I see your hand. It's a thumbs up. So, Council, are we in agreement that we restrict the size of the dock to what the dock is there now in place? If I could see a thumbs up. I see we are unanimous on that one. So that's a good point to put in there. I see Councillor Brooks. Go ahead, Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. Not only the size of the dock, but because it's a pipe dock, I believe because they're taking it in and out, and that's been the policy, or that's been the experience. So because it's a pipe dock, they could, without having limitations, change the configuration of that pipe dock. So do we want to maintain it in the shape that it's in, not allow them to make changes to it?
I see Mr. Watson has come on screen. Mr. Watson, could you please educate us on that question? Thank you.
Yes, if they wish to change the shape, the size of the dock, they would need a development permit. With a development permit, they would need the property owner's permission. In this case, it'd be Mr. Swain or the Swain family, and they would have to consent to that prior to a building permit being issued to change the shape or size of the dock.
Okay, I think that answers that question for us. Councillor Croy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got a question for Mr. Watson. We're talking about motorized boats and we can't moor it to the dock, but in theory, if I were to come up there in a boat and anchor it, is that against the law? Does the township have any right to ask or to tell a boat to move if it's anchored to the bottom of the lake?
Mr. Watson, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do not know of any regulation that gives the township the authority to prevent someone from anchoring out into Crown land. I'm not sure about municipal land, but we have no regulations that we can enforce over Crown land.
Yes, so Mr. Mayor, just to continue on that thought, I mean, if we were to try to restrict motorized vehicles on this dock, they could legally bring the boats in, anchor it to the bottom of the lake without tying it to the dock, and we would have no recourse anyways. So I'm all for having, write in something that says it can't moor to the dock, but theoretically anyways, I think that these boats are coming in no matter what we say.
Okay, so I'm a little confused now where you're headed, but I think I just want to state my point is that I'm in agreement that if we can't regulate boats coming in and out of any spot on the lake, we can't regulate it here. So now it's just, I guess, a question for council. Are we going to put into our license that they can't be tied to the dock or moved to the dock? And then, as Councillor Tapley has stated several times, and I just wanted to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Tapley, this is a day use only deal where you're not going to be mooring a bunch of boats here overnight or anything like that. Okay, so now I'm going to Councillor Brooks. Go ahead, Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess in a lot of our bylaw conversations on other issues, the biggest thing that I find is our ability to monitor that bylaw, and enforcement is always an issue. So if we try to make too many restrictions in this, and there's constantly then a call coming into the township, well, they're doing this or they're doing that, it puts bylaw officers into a real tough spot, because they're so I would like to see that limitation be day use. Sometimes you have to tie up that boat, but if it is only for a period of minutes as opposed to hours or overnight, obviously no overnight boating or no motorized boats overnight. Some other way of wording it that way. This is a very tough one.
Yes, there's no question about it. I wanted to state that as well. This is extremely tough, this situation, but I think we're going to kind of wrap it up here. I think that we are generally in agreement, or the majority is in agreement about using the dock for what the dock is used for. Boats and whether they tie up or not. You raise a good point, Councillor Brooks. how could we ever enforce, is it tied to the dock or not tied to the dock? Is it anchored, is it not? I mean, we don't have that kind of ability. So I think we have to give a kind of a general use to that. So overall, I just wanted to make a quick statement that in my mind, the dock's been there for a long period of time. They have a right of way. I'm in full belief that they cannot, this is not precedent setting. Someone can't just put a dock up wherever they want without all the applications and stuff they have to go for. So I think we've clarified a lot of points that were brought up in some of the emails we received. Is there any further comment, council, that you wish to make on this statement before we go to, are we going to take a 5-minute break to write that up, or have we got a license agreement written up?
I'm going to suggest that we write it in the resolution, which will provide staff direction to make those changes to the agreement. Yep.
Okay. So any other questions or comments, council, as we go to write this up together? We're going to do this all together. Councillor Brooks, go ahead. And please make it brief. We're trying to move along here.
Oh, it's very brief. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to be very clear. I want it to be very clear that this is not an agreement on anything. This is a license, period.
I think that's an important point to make as well. This is a license that can be yanked anytime. It's based on, you know, the way things move forward. So thank you very much for that clarification. So council, with your permission, let's go back to the resolution. Carrie?
Sorry, can I just ask for clarification first?
Sure.
I have council agreeing to a license. I have council agreeing to a 10-year term. I have council agreeing that the size should remain the same. And I didn't get any direction on the day use. Are we putting restrictions on the use, or are we allowing it to be for general use?
Okay, council, I'm going to go for that. Thumbs up. I'm looking for direction on the use. All those in favor of day use only? I see 4 hands. All opposed? I'm not seeing, I see 1 hand, and I don't see anything from you, Councillor Croy. So I'm going to go ahead. Councillor Godard, did you want to say something?
I was just not supporting any boat use other than kayaks and canoes.
Okay. So at this, go ahead, Mr. Watson.
The term day use would be very difficult for us to determine what that is. I would prefer something along the lines, say from 7 a.m. till 9 p.m. or something along that line. So we have some parameters so that if there is an infraction, then we can definitely have that. To go by day use, to me, it could be 6 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Watson. I'm sorry about that. I've heard that comment from you several times. I should have known that. So he's suggesting 7 in the morning till 9 at night. Council, how are we with that? Councillor Tapley, quickly.
That's fine, or even shorter would be fine.
Okay, well, shorter doesn't help us. We need
7
some.
to 7. If they want to be out at the dock later than that, they can just drop off. But if they're going out to see the sunset, they can drop off and leave right away.
Okay, so for 7 to 7, can I get a thumbs up on 7 to 7? Oh, sorry, Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. Through you, I'm confused. Is this for boat? Are we limiting boat use, motorized boat use, or boat or general use of the dock for that period of time? Because I'm thinking if it's a starlit night, we might want to go and sit on the dock. So I'm just I need
motorized boats.
So if we're talking a motorized boat, then I just want to make sure that that was really clearly defined.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Councillor Anderson. That was my understanding. We're talking about the motorized boat part and boats in general and being tied up. So back to the time on that, if we all agree from 7 to 7, does that sound reasonable? Can I see a thumbs up on 7 to 7, please? Councillor Chappie, are you with us there? Okay, so that one is carried. I'm sorry, Councillor Goddard, that one's been carried. So now I'm going to go to our, Madam Clerk, are we okay now to move forward with rewriting this?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry. Mayor Glover, if we can take a 5-minute break, and then I'll be able to wordsmith it better so that we can present it to council.
Okay, so council, with your permission, we're going to take a 5-minute break I see Councillor Anderson, your hand's up again. Go ahead quickly, please.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. I was just wondering, do we want motorized vehicles or do we want a motorized watercraft? Like, do we want to, we're trying to define something for water, right? I just wonder if that is something that should be clarified in that resolution.
Yeah, okay, so I think our clerk will take that back as she rewords it, but I believe it was motorized watercraft. Was it not, council? I see Madam CAO with your hand up. Go ahead.
No, I had another question. Carry on.
Okay, we're carrying on. Any other comments about the motorized vehicles? We're talking about boats with motors or not. 7 to 7 restriction on the dock. Is that my understanding?
That would include sea-doos and those types of watercrafts.
Yep.
Any kind of watercraft. Okay, is that clear? Okay, now, Madam CAO, go ahead.
So just want to clarify, can the boat be tied up?
Okay,
And
so,
is it to be tied up only between 7 and 7?
okay, council, can the boats be tied up? I understood Councillor Brooks mentioning this, and I had reiterated, yes. How are you going to enforce that tied up or not tied up? And whether it's tied up or not, they can come in and anchor right beside where they would have tied up. So I don't see this as a big deal, but go ahead. Anybody want to clarify that, or am I good with what I said? They can be tied up.
Okay, we'll just put that in the resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments as we go ahead, Councillor Brooks? Go ahead, Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick clarification within the wording. Gary has the size, but it should also be size and configuration.
Size and shape.
Size is relative. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for
Shape
that.
is less letters.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Madam Clerk, is that what I would go with? It says so we'll be taking a 5-minute break. I've got 11:32. We'll meet back at 11:37, 38. How about that? Because we're almost at the 4-minute mark. Does that sound right? Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, council, to go back. And if you could shut off, please, your cameras while we go to break. Thank you. Okay, do we have almost all of council back? Good, I see the lighting up here, that's great. So I'm going to welcome everyone back into session, and I had a thought, council, and I'm sorry, I must apologize, it was a late thought. Concerns around the time limit that we were looking at. I think we suggested 7 to 7, but one of the concerns that came up was in the summer when it's light out till 9, if someone goes out for a boat ride, how do they come back and how do we monitor that? And I believe, I'm not sure, but Councillor Croy, I think that you were along this line that we shouldn't have limitations on the timelines. So I was thinking, what about if we went with the basic noise bylaw and said that they have to be back in and moored by 11 or back in and dropped off by 11, and that's the end use of the dock with our noise bylaw. And with that, I wonder if Mr. Watson, could you come on and just make comment there, please, just for a second? Does that sound like a reasonable approach to you? Does that sound like something that we can facilitate from our bylaw standpoint, please?
Yeah, the noise bylaw regulates noise from 7 a.m. till 11 p.m. So that would be consistent with the noise bylaw, excluding construction, of course. Construction is not allowed to happen after 9 p.m., but regular noise, amplified noise, stereos, and stuff like that are permitted to go to 11.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I guess if they're going to start building boats at the end of the dock, and that's called construction, we'll deal with that at another time. But at this point in time, Council, does that sound reasonable to you if we went to 11 just because of 9 o'clock summer? Can I get a thumbs up on that one if we're in agreement with that? Thumbs up? Yeah. Okay, that's good. So is that a question, Councillor Brooks, I'm seeing? Or is that a thumbs up? I don't know what no, it's a thumbs up. Okay, so thumbs up, hands up, everybody's thumbs up. So how are we with that? Can we write that into 11? And then now we have what I believe is a good firm control on that license, unless council has another question. I'm going to read that. Can I read just that part, Madam Clerk? And will that get us to where we want to go? So I'm going to read just that part. And further, that the license be for 10-year period and contain provisions that the size of the dock be restricted to the current size and configuration, that the use of motorized watercraft be restricted to day use from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., and it permits motorized watercraft to be moored to the dock, I guess, during that period of time, or however that's what that infers, I'm assuming, Madam Clerk. Okay, Council. I have read the resolution. If you're comfortable, I don't have to go reread the whole resolution. Are we all comfortable with that with a thumbs up?
The CAO has a question.
Sorry. Yes, I see you over there. Madam CAO, go ahead.
The word day use, is it actually day use if it's from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.?
Yeah.
I'm not sure who can answer that.
Would it be just the use from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.? Day use.
I like the sound of that. Councilor, are we okay with that with a thumbs up? Okay, just trying to get the wording as good as we can. I see Councilor LaCroix's having his lunch, so I don't know if he can put his thumbs up. There, you wiped it on his pants. You should use a napkin, Councilor LaCroix.
Can the clerk back up?
Sorry, can we put the resolution back up? Okay, there, it's been clarified. So I'm going to read it one more time. I know, but anyway, here we go. Further that the license be for 10-year period and contain provisions that the size of the dock be restricted to the current size and configuration, that the use of motorized watercraft be restricted from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and it permits motorized watercraft to be moored to the dock. I see a question from Councillor Anderson. Go ahead.
May I see that resolution again, Carrie? I'm just wondering about and permits motorized watercraft to be moored to the dock. Were we not suggesting that that may not suggest that we don't really want it to be there overnight? There may have to be some clarification there. So it could be permits motorized watercraft to be moored to the dock during that time, or I don't know.
I agree, Councillor Anderson. Yeah, can we say during that time frame or something there? and it permits motorized watercraft to be
Well,
moored
if you're
to the dock
restricted,
during that time frame or during that time frame.
Thank you.
You could say that the use of the motorized and mooring of the watercraft. Yep.
That's good. I think that covers it all. Council, any comments? Or are we good to go? Councillor Godard.
I just want to make it clear that I do support the 10-year license and not changing the size and configuration of the dock, but I just not supporting the boats, motorized boats. That's all. Okay.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Anyone else? Are we good to go? So, Councillor LaCroix.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not to keep this dragging on, but Steve Watson has already told us that they cannot change the size or shape of the dock unless they get permission from the owner. So I'm not sure why it's included, but it's just a comment.
I just, if I may speak to that, the license of occupation agreements actually stipulate in it the size of the dock or the structure and where it's located. So it's already in the agreement. It was kind of it's a moot point to add it, but it's council's direction, so it's very clear, and we can move forward with it.
That's been clarified. Council, I think we're at a consensus here, so I'm going to go for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed. So that's carried. Thank you very much, Council. So we've put that one away for now. Madam Clerk? Yep. Okay, Council, I have the bylaw in front of me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Carrie? Yes. Okay. Moved by Councillor Tapley, seconded by Councillor Godard, being a bylaw to authorize the license of occupation agreement between Mark Dubé and the Corporation of the Township of Lake and Bays be read a third time in number 2020-072, and that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and be engrossed in the bylaw book. Council, all those in favor? If you could go to the big, I can't see everyone's hands. Thank you. Council, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving along, we have the consent agenda in front of me here now, and I'm looking at it, and we have a number of OSRAs there, and I wanted to mention that council, we did not hear from anyone there, so no comments were received, so that's all good to go. So I'm going to have read that. Is that the one there? Yeah. Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Godard. Whereas the Council for the Corporation, the Township of Lake and Bays reviewed the consent agenda consisting of various proposed resolutions, bylaws, and now therefore be resolved the Mayor and Council approve and adopt the recommendations contained in the consent agenda dated August 19th, 2020, and direct staff to proceed with all the necessary administrative actions. Council, I'm going for the vote. All those in favor of the consent agenda? That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Reports and bylaws, we're going to go to the Director of Planning, and we're going to discuss short-term rentals. And I believe, I'm not positive, oh, hi, Melissa and April. So maybe perhaps one of you, I'm not sure if it's April or Melissa, is going to carry away on this one. So take it away.
I'm stepping out. I have a conflict, so I'm stepping out for this.
Oh, right. Sorry. Thank you so much,
Okay, so I'll
Councillor
stop my
Chaplin, for
video.
mentioning that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so who's got this one? I'm looking at everybody smiling.
So good morning, Mayor Glover.
Good
I did
morning.
want to just
How are
mention,
you?
I'm good, thank you. So I did want to mention that April will be taking the presentation on this from staff. However, just to let everybody know that all staff members that were involved in writing and reviewing the report are on Zoom here today, and we're available for questions after the presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, take it away, April. Good morning and yes, we're still good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council and staff. I'm just going to share my screen here. Everyone can see that. So I'll be speaking today about the Township Short-Term Rentals Project and the regulation options and best practice review in relation to the project. In regards to origin and background of the project, following a deputation at the council meeting of August 20th of 2019, which raised concerns relating to short-term rentals in Lake of Bays, staff were directed by council to investigate options in managing short-term rental of residential properties with no on-site management in the township of Lake of Bays and report back with a recommendation. For the purposes of the report, short-term rentals are generally understood to refer to rental of a residence or part of a residence for short periods of time, being less than a month, through internet-based platforms. So prior to providing a recommendation for further action to council regarding short-term rentals, staff deemed it prudent to gather thoughts, experiences, opinions, and suggestions from the public to determine whether the public had concerns surrounding short-term rentals, what those concerns are, and what action the public thinks is needed in relation to short-term rentals in the township. To gather input from the public, the short-term rental team launched a comprehensive community engagement plan, which commenced on January 14th of this year, and the survey closing on March 20th. So it's about just over 3 months of engagement there, and included a number of different tactics and plans in terms of engagement. So the first one, which I'm sure council is already aware of, is launch a Bang the Table platform, which is mylakeofbays.ca. So this is an engagement website that was aimed at gathering input from the public in a very interactive, sort of innovative form. So with that, there was a survey, there was a share a story function, and a quick pull function just to gather input from the public about short-term rentals. Staff also created and shared a video outlining what the project entails. We mailed out a tax bill insert in the interim tax bill to promote the project website and provide contact information of staff to have further discussion about the project. We displayed posters of community facilities, shared the project on social media, advertised the project in the local newspaper and the economic development e-newsletter, sent out email blasts to various stakeholders, advertised on all the LED community signs and on the office reception screen here, and also attended a number of community events, being the Dorset Snowball, the Dwight Winter Carnival, and the Baysville Winter Fest. So that's just giving a background of how staff essentially tried to ensure that as much public engagement was incorporated into the project to gain public's input on the project. So overall, there are some more details in the report, but I will summarize kind of the overall public engagement and the survey results. So through the various engagement methods I had mentioned earlier, I'd just like to note that the township received 399 surveys, 145 responses to the quick poll question of what action the public thinks is needed in relation to short-term rentals, and 25 stories of experiences with short-term rentals. So overall here, the vast majority of the respondents indicated they were a resident and or a property owner, with the majority of property owners residing within the waterfront and or one or more of the township communities. Only 17% of the respondents, or about 67 individuals, indicated they rent out their property as a short-term rental within the township. 59% of short-term rental operators indicated that they would not be able to afford their cottage property without renting it out as a short-term rental for at least a portion of the year. 61% responded that they are concerned about short-term rentals in the neighborhood. As you can see there on the graph at the top left, the results of that particular question. And with the key concerns raised being noise, garbage, and occupancy, as these also impact septic system and parking concerns. So you can see on the bottom left there, just the results of that question as to what the main concerns were. You can see noise being the large one there. Here's occupancy being the second. Septic, which is linked in with occupancy, and garbage and such other concerns that were related. Overall, the question on the right there was the key question that the township was looking at in terms of gathering input from the public. So 60% of respondents believe that the township should regulate and or prohibit short-term rentals. With the results of the public input, staff are moving forward with the interpretation that the status quo is not the most desirable option moving forward. With the direction of taking some form of action, staff are of the opinion that prohibiting short-term rentals throughout the township would not be the most effective or desirable option. As based on the feedback received from the public, some property owners rely on short-term rentals to afford their property taxes by renting their property for a short amount of the year. Prohibiting short-term rentals would negatively impact these individuals. Therefore, staff are of the opinion that some form of regulation would be the best option to address short-term rentals, and I'll speak about that later in my presentation. So the survey results identified that there are a number of residents in the township that are impacted by short-term rentals. However, to date, the number of bylaw enforcement files relating to short-term rentals remains low. Of the total bylaw complaints during 2018 to 2019, there were 8 requests for service for short-term rentals, with 1 request for service involving short-term rentals in 2020. Within the request for service received about short-term rentals, issues were identified in relation to occupancy, septic and noise, open-air burning and fireworks, parking issues, and dog and trespassing. Research suggests, however, the presence of approximately 364 total short-term rental listings and 305 unique short-term rental units in the township. Staff included a question in the survey as to whether residents contacted the township about their concerns relating to short-term rentals. And on the right there is a graph showing the results of that particular question. 80% of respondents indicated that they did not contact the township. Further to this question, the respondents were asked why they did not contact the township. And the most common response was that they were not aware of what the township could do or who to contact. So overall, the report does present more details in regards to the 3 primary options available to council and the township to address short-term rentals. I will summarize these as best I can here in the presentation. So the first option, which is an overarching option, is to regulate short-term rentals in the township. I will go in a little bit more detail about that just because that really is key to staff's recommendation. But the second option that was presented is to prohibit short-term rentals throughout the township. So that would involve amending the official plan, the zoning bylaw to define short-term rentals and prohibit throughout the township unless a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment is applied for, which is a public process to go to council. And a third option is to take no action or rely on existing bylaws as needed, which is essentially just maintaining the status quo through enforcement of existing bylaws. So going back to option 1 of regulating short-term rentals, is this, like I said, is key to staff's recommendation in moving forward with the project. There are 3 primary regulatory options, which are essentially ordered from lowest to highest level of municipal regulation here. The first regulatory option is just to amend the official plan and or the zoning bylaw to define short-term rentals and permit in certain zones, and it would be subject to certain provisions. If those provisions were not met, then a planning application would be required. The second regulatory option is essentially the same as that, but also in addition requiring a planning application. So we could require a development permit for those properties within the waterfront designation and a site plan agreement for those in the community and rural designations. So I'm sure council is already aware, the township is unique in that we have the development permit bylaw system. So that does allow for discretionary uses. So a short-term rental could be permitted as a discretionary use subject to applicable criteria, which is an additional way to ensure that that use is appropriate for the property. And then the third regulatory option is, again, same as the first one, but also establishing a licensing bylaw for short-term rentals to be subject to specific licensing requirements. So that would be dealing with performance standards, really looking at health and safety, building code compliance, those sorts of elements. That is an added way to essentially ensure the operation of the short-term rental is appropriate. This option, this third option, could also be incorporated with a requirement for a planning application, as I'd stated in the second option. So overall, with everything in mind that was in the report and what's been in my recommendation, based on public feedback, staff recommend that the most effective and desirable option is to address short-term rentals through regulation. Furthermore, the results also suggest that the public is not well informed as to the role of bylaw services in the enforcement of concerns related to short-term rentals. Therefore, given the preliminary nature of this topic and the various options available for regulation of short-term rentals, Staff recommend that council direct staff to proceed with the following steps, which are seen here on the slide, and return to council with further direction fall or winter of 2020 or 2021. The first element is to continue to monitor short-term rentals over the summer, fall, and winter of 2020 and 2021, to investigate options for short-term regulation, to conduct additional public consultation to gather input on which option the public would like the township to take in regulating short-term rentals, to release an education document outlining existing township bylaws and enforcement procedures. I will show that shortly. And finally, to obtain a legal opinion as to the current status of short-term rentals under current township planning documents. So just as a visual here, as staff had mentioned in the recommendation, here's the education document that staff are proposing to release to the public. This outlines existing township bylaws and enforcement procedures and contact information of the township's bylaw enforcement officer. This document is aimed to address public comments received, as I mentioned earlier, and allow the municipality to continue to gather information from the public regarding short-term rentals. If anyone has any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And I think we have to congratulate you, April, and congratulate Ms. Markham, and congratulate Jennifer and Chris and everybody involved. This was quite an undertaking. And I have had a couple of phone calls by the public suggesting that this was wonderful. They're thrilled with the direction we're headed. They couldn't be happier with the report and how wonderful we're dealing with this. So, council, questions for, I assume, April? I don't see any hands up. Oh, Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Glover, April, great report. Like I'm thrilled to see that, and I'm certainly inclined to go with regulating short-term rentals and following the advice of your report. I'm wondering about can there be a distinction between ones that I would call commercial operations and those that are the private citizen and that are trying to pay their rent. So can we, I would just like for the record, I think to even the playing field with resorts and so on, that we would want to have a clear distinction that if somebody's doing multiple short-term rentals, it's a business, it's commercial, and I'd like to see that addressed separately. And so I just wanted to add my 2 cents worth there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we can, at this point, not debate that, but let's just add it to the ideas going forward. Does that sound reasonable, April? Yeah. Okay, any other additions to that? Councillor LaCroix, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, on the same line as what George was just saying, is there any thought, or is there any way that they would be designated a certain area so that their mill rate would be higher than like a residential area, so that like it'd be residential with an exception like a B&B? So would they pay higher taxes as well as the licenses? Would that be something that we would look at?
How about we put it in a question box for April to look into? Does that sound reasonable, April? Are you able to answer that? Melissa, does that sound reasonable to take it that way?
Definitely the comments that we're getting from council today, we can make note of for a follow-up report in terms of the outcome of the information that we're looking for council to direct us to move forward with today.
Thank you. So, council, this is so far still a living document. We're observing, watching, learning. So, thank you. And Councillor Godard, did you have a quick comment to add to that?
Yes. So, if we allowed for public input into winter 2020 and 2021, would this be ready for the summer market? Could it be ready? Directed at, I guess, April?
April,
Yes.
go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Glover. So we would be looking at, like the recommendation says, looking at public consultation, going back over essentially the fall and the winter. Depending on the outcome of that, it really would depend on what form of regulation as to what sort of bylaws or documents or anything additional that we would need to create to come back to council. It would be great to do it over the summer, just again, to get the seasonal residents. So we can definitely make note of that and try to aim for that sort of timeline.
Thank you. I guess generally speaking, we're going to start to advertise this wonderful poster that you put together on how to talk to bylaw or how to get your concerns in about STRs and other issues. And I think that will spark some communication, I hope. moving forward, because I just heard from someone yesterday who passed it along and they had written quite a letter. Councillor Brooks, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Just on that poster, first of all, again, I echo my fellow councillors that this whole report is extremely well done, very well researched, and I know it took a lot of work. Having said that, I'm looking at the poster. For the most part, I really like it. One of my pet peeves, of course, is ATVs. And I look at this, and I would like that one line, the second bullet, not to say 20 to 50 kilometers per hour as per posted speed, but 50% of posted speed, because that's what the bylaw says. Okay, so if the road is 40 kilometers, they're only supposed to be going 20, not 20 to 50 kilometers as per posted speed. So I would just I would like to suggest staff to modify that, say 50% of posted speed, because that's what our bylaw says.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Brooks. And should we get that confirmed by possibly Mr. Watson or Chris Collins, the speed with which ATVs? Chris, you're there? Are you there?
I am here.
Well, there you are. Okay. Hey, hello. Good day.
Yes, good day.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard the question. Did you hear the question?
I did hear the question.
So did you want to make a quick comment on that and how we should include it, or should we not, or go ahead?
Comments well received. Our bylaw states that 50 kilometers and slower, you are to go 20. And if the posted speed is over 50 kilometers, then you are allowed to go 50 kilometers. So if you're on a road that's 60 to 80 kilometers, you are able to go 50. That's what our bylaw states, and it's enforced by the OPP. So the reason for that phrase as a one-liner was to try and keep the sign as cohesive and one line as possible. That was the best way to describe our bylaw parameters. If we wish, I'll certainly take that for clarification and ask that we make a better statement so as to not be misleading. But two things to keep in mind is the bylaw is enforced by OPP, and I do not want to put a phrase in there of 50% because it actually doesn't represent what our bylaw states. So I'll be happy to work on that line and bring something forth that can be a better description of the concern.
Okay, I think I'm seeing Councillor Brooks is nodding. He's in agreement with that. Okay, so moving forward, are there any other questions or comments, Council, with regards to this? Councillor Godard, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Glover, I just wanted to say that this is a really impressive report, and I can't imagine the hours everybody put into it. And you've given the public, you know, such a good opportunity to respond to the surveys, and I think it's wonderful. Thank you very much.
So kudos to everyone, and not to overlook any of the other reports, but wonderful report. Thank you so much for this. It helps so much with working on a controversial issue and moving forward. I'm very comfortable with where we're headed. So if I could read the bylaw, Council, if it's okay with you, or the resolution, sorry. Moved by Councillor Godard, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Whereas the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake Bays receives a staff report, short-term rentals, regulation options, and best practices review dated August 19th, 2020. And whereas it's been identified that residents are concerned with short-term rentals of residential properties with no on-site management in the Township of Lake Bays, and whereas staff conducted public consultation in the winter of 2020 to gather information on the concerns surrounding STRs and investigate options to address these concerns, and whereas based on the results of public consultation, staff are of the opinion that some form of regulation would be the best option. Oh, you know, lost me there. Best. Where am I here? I'm lost now. Something jumped. Where's the best option to address STRs? Be resolved that the council directs staff to proceed with the following steps and return to council with further direction winter spring 2020-2021. Continue to monitor STRs over the summer, fall, winter 2020-2021. Investigate options for STR regulations. Conduct additional public consultation to gather input on which option the public would like the township to take in regulating STRs. Release education document on existing township bylaws and enforcement procedures attached as Appendix B to this report, and obtain legal opinion as to the current status of STRs under existing Township Official Plan Development Permit Bylaw 2004-180, Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2004-181, and Draft Community Planning Permit System Bylaw CPPS. Council, I'm going for the vote. Is that a question, Councillor Brooks?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment, I guess, about the timeline of winter, spring. It's a bit ambiguous. Like, what is the difference between winter, spring? I think a lot of people they'll be looking at wanting to rent next year, like now. So if we wait until spring, I'm just wondering, like, when is spring? Is spring February? Is spring May? When will this come back? Can we be more definitive of when it should come back? Should it come back to council in March? Or can we say that? Or
As I understood the conversation, Councillor Brooks, we were going to monitor it over the next 2021. So I think we were looking, and April had suggested that we were looking at talking to the seasonal residents next year as well before we bring this into play. Is that my understanding? If I could get a nod from someone in planning there, that was what I had understood that to be. Who wants to comment on that? April, go ahead.
Yeah, so the resolution does read that we would essentially come back to council with further direction of winter and spring of 2020 and 2021. So again, like I had said earlier, it really just depends on a lot of the public consultation and the results of that. But in terms of it being ambiguous, perhaps we could put a little bit more concrete timeline if that's what council wishes to proceed with in terms of the resolution.
Okay, so then I'm going back to you, or back to Melissa, actually. Melissa, can you give us a timeline that is reasonable? Because I know you guys are busy and we're doing a great job there. What's a reasonable time to come back to that? Because council, I assume, is looking for that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Glover. So April did allude to the fact that the resolution does speak to the fact we would be coming back in winter or spring, and that ties in 2020 to 2021. So we were looking to do some consultation. At this point, we were looking for council's direction today to then move forward with back on bang the table to do our consultation that way in terms of the regulations. And now with the information in the report, people would be able to make a more informed decision with regards to which option they would like the township to take. That could continue. At this point, we are at the end of August, so I would assume that September through to potentially December, we would be conducting consultation in order to really wrap up, summarize everything that's given, and obviously move forward with a decision. That would take a while to see exactly what the Lake of Bay's solution to the problem could be. And that's kind of why we were looking at spring, which would probably bring us into March of 2021. So in order not to rush a decision, I wouldn't suggest that we'd be able to bring forward anything in 2020 at this point. We could look at potentially February, but I would assume February, March would be the earliest that staff would be able to bring anything forward on this topic with a fulsome consultation that staff would be proposing to bring forward for this next phase as well. So it could be March, however, that would fall within the winter spring portion that's included in the resolution right now, but we could tie it down to a month if you'd like that.
Okay, so that sounds good to me. Councilor Brooks, I know you've got people interested in this SDR, as we all do. So can we say March? If that's the word I heard 3 times. I'm thinking that sounds like a date to look at bringing this back. I know people can't rent, but we need the consultation with the public. We need to educate ourselves, and I also personally like to watch what everybody else is doing so that we don't make those mistakes. That's just my idea. So, Council, are we okay with that, to say March? Thumbs up?
Mayor, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead,
Mayor Glover.
Councilor Brooks, go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor Glover, I am fine with March. I was just trying to draw a line in the sand as to when that might be. I'm fine with April. No pun intended there, but it could be April, could be March. I'm good either way. There are a lot of things that as you know, we're getting consulted by our residents as to what should go into this. So we'll have a lot more feedback to be able to give them and encourage people to actually respond. Because when I read that report, I see that there, relatively speaking, there wasn't that many people that actually provided comment. And yet there are a lot of people that have concerns. So we need to get them involved in this process. So we have a better appreciation for where the constituents actually sit.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement, Councillor Brooks, and I think that this report coming out will spur conversation, and it's up to us as councillors too to contact our constituents and let them know this is going on, and let them to, and I'm sure the lake associations and everyone's watching this report, because it was a big concern. I know at Penn Lake it came up, so I'm certain we're going to hear back from the public on this one. Councillor Goddard, yes.
Mayor Glover, yes, I would support March as the deadline for this.
Okay, thank you very much. So back to where it said spring and
Under the be it resolved that council directs staff to proceed with the following steps and return to council with further direction in March 2021.
there we go. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, council, I'm going to go for the vote on this. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Now, council, I am going to take us a little bit along in the program today, because I want to get into, I'm going to bounce ahead to the Interlaken Fire Station, because we've got to get Chief Hernan back to work. We've been keeping him all morning, and I see he's there. Good. Good to see you, Steve. If you want to get into your report with regards to that Station 50, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Glover. Thank you, and thank you, Council. In an effort of time, I won't go into great details. You've got the report before you. You've got the mapping before you. The biggest issue with this piece of property, which the fire hall sits on, is it's actually sitting on a road allowance, 66-foot road allowance, obviously owned by the township. That road allowance is also used as a cell tower location for the people up in the Interlaken area. And it is also used by the local residents as a walking trail. It does lead down to the Dottie Lake area. A snowmobile trail does run across the back of it as well. And there's also a hydro transmission line running down this road allowance. So when we looked at the issue of what do we do with the fire hall, at first glance to us, it was a simple situation that we should recommend to council that we deem the land as surplus and sell the building and the land. Once we got into the nitty gritty and the legals of this, we realized it was a much more complicated issue. For us to deem that land as surplus and to sell it, we would have to go through an application process to close the road allowance. Several years ago, when an addition was put on the fire hall, there was permission received from council at the time to go down that road and then look at closing up the road allowance. It was never completed. And like I say, since that time, many other uses have been put on that road allowance, legal usage. So recommending or trying to close that road allowance now, I think would be next to impossible. With things like the hydro transmission line running through it, there's an easement there to guarantee access to a property behind. So even if we were successful, that land would be tied up with so many covenants and easements that would make the land virtually useless. The lot is about 66 feet wide as the road allowance. The existing piece of property that the fire hall uses with its well is approximately 300 feet deep. So it's a long, narrow strip of land, as you can see from the attached maps on the report. So the use of the fire hall is permitted as per our zoning bylaw. There was some amendments done back when the addition was put on to create a legal use there for a fire hall. So we looked at what other usage that land could be used for. And once again, due to the restrictions in the size of the land, there's not many things that land legally can be used for today other than a fire hall. Day nurseries and other type of institution use that could be put there. But the thinking of severing the land or trying to close the road allowance and selling the land to somebody else, we'd be into a situation where we'd have to make sure the property is clean. We'd have to rezone the property in some format. And under the existing zoning bylaws within the township, there's not too many uses which would be legal there. And thinking of keeping the property for another municipal use, and we looked at that too, what other uses if there was a requirement for it. So any sort of assembly occupancy, community center use, it wouldn't have the required parking requirements that would be required for a gathering of people. So we really are in a situation where we've put a fire hall, which served the public well up there, on a very small piece of road allowance, which really isn't of any value for any other reason than the existing fire hall. Like I say, there is a cell tower sharing the property right now and is providing some cell service, internet service for the residents up there. So if anything was done with that property, we'd have to take into consideration the internet service. There is an out clause in our contract. We could give notice and we could have them remove the internet service, but we also recognize that, you know, this council is working hard to provide internet service to the residents of the municipality. So the last thing we'd want to be recommending is removal of that right now, when there's no other option to a lot of the residents up in that area for internet service. So even keeping the land and trying to rent the building out to another user would be probably in violation of our zoning bylaw, depending on what the person wanted to do with the land. So we've really come to the conclusion that the best thing for the municipality to do with this right now is just to maintain it. It's not costing us a lot of money. The structure's right there. Like I say, it's being used as storage from the fire department for off-seasonal equipment, and we could continue to do that and continue to work with other departments within the municipality if they needed some storage requirements for equipment in off seasons, and allow the internet tower to continue, and just to continue to monitor and probably reassess. And if the building ever required major work or repairs, probably at that time we should be looking at possibly demolishing the building if we haven't found a good use for it in municipal requirements, and returning the land to a natural state. And at that time we'd be dealing with the cell tower operators, the internet tower operators. So in a nutshell, and like I say, I'm trying not to rush through it, but recognizing the time requirements, we really are landlocked on a 66-foot road allowance piece, which the municipality is allowed to use, and we have used. But trying to provide it for some other use or sell the land would be quite complicated, quite cumbersome, and would require changes to the zoning requirements for the land to permit any use. And like I say, thinking of what somebody might want to use the land for if we were able to sever it, they're going to end up with such a small piece of land. It is very doubtful it would be of any use for anything other than what we're currently using it for, as a storage building. I know that was quick. I'm happy to go through it in more detail or answer any questions.
Okay, well, thank you very, very much. I see some hand up there. Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Glover. Steve, just wondering with the condition of the building, is it in good shape right now? Is it going to cost a lot of, does it need anything now? I haven't seen the building. Is it in pretty good shape?
It's right now, it's basically, it's a two bay garage, steel siding on the side, so it's in decent shape. I don't see it requiring a lot of money in the next 3 to 5 years. Some basic maintenance, you know, like you do on any house if some of the tin comes loose or anything like that, but no maintenance inside. It's strictly an open garage. There is a washroom facility in there, but we have the water turned down on that right now, and the heat is down at minimum in the winter time as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions, Council, with regards to that? Councillor Brooks, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Steve. Councillor Anderson mentioned about the condition of the building. That has been an issue with some of our residents that were former firefighters. That and this is a township issue, I guess, is that it's not really being maintained as well as it should be. They wanted to go in and do some fixing up themselves, and I reminded them that well, this is a liability issue. You really can't do that. Staff would have to do that. I guess when we look at the use and occupancy, and you mentioned about off-season, is this something that maybe we as the fire service could continue to use this for example, the fireboat? Because they're looking at where to put that. Is that something that might be able to be used?
I assume your question is for Mr. Hernan. Go ahead, Steve.
Through you, Mayor Glover. Yeah, that's exactly what the fire department we've been talking about. Is right now we find a building over Public Works. They've been gracious to lend us land when they have it, but it'd be an ideal spot for the boats in the off season. In regards to the maintenance on it, I know we did have some discussions a week ago. There is some soffit and fascia over the door which has come loose, and I've asked staff to deal with that. So I'm hoping that'll be done shortly if it's not already repaired. That's minor maintenance. That was some replacing some fascia.
Yeah, understood.
And I think, just to reiterate, Councillor Brooks, we had met years ago with, I guess it seems like years ago, with some of the firefighters, and they hold that spot dear to them as all firefighters would, and just want to make sure that it's maintained in a reasonable shape so that it isn't any kind of an embarrassment to them. So Councillor Brooks, good point. Any other questions for Mr. Hernan? Seeing none, I want to thank you for the report. Thank you very, very much. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Brooks. Did you have a question? You're muted, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Brooks, you're muted.
Okay, I got it. Okay, sorry, I was muted there for a minute. Just a quick question back to through you, Mayor, to Steve. You mentioned about the internet provider. What happens right now is if there is an issue, there is a backup generator inside that someone has to go in and actually turn on. Is that still happening? Is that obligated to someone to do? Because I know Murray Arnold or Ian have been doing that. I don't know whether it's still being done.
Mr. Hernan?
We have no obligations through the agreement with the internet provider to provide any backup power. To my knowledge, in the last year and a half, 2 years, we've never done that. There is no more a generator up there. That generator that used to be there was on a truck, and as that equipment has either been reassigned or moved to other locations, there is no backup generator up there now. So if the power goes out up there and the internet provider's batteries don't provide power long enough, they would bring their own generator up and provide their own power. We have those internet towers, as you know, down at the hillside fire station. There's no automatic generation there, and there's no requirement by our agreement to provide power.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you very much, and thank you for the report. And I guess we should have something I can read drawn up. There we go. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Moved by Councillor Tapley, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Whereas the Council for the Corporation of the Township of Lake Bay hereby receives the staff report, Interlaken Fire Station 50, closed fire station, status and options for the existing building and property, dated August 19th, 2020. Whereas Interlaken Fire Station 50 has officially closed and staff have identified options for the future of the existing fire hall, building, and property. Now, be it resolved that Council directs staff to proceed with option 1, to keep the existing building in use for municipal storage and monitor the usage of the building and maintenance costs over the next 5 years and report back to Council at that time. Questions or comments, Council? Seeing none, I'm going for the vote. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Thank you, Mr. Hernan. I hope you enjoy your day. Okay, Council, with your permission, I'm going to bump ahead. We're trying to get, there's been some very important meetings come forward for Councillor Croy. I'm trying to get him into that meeting. So there was another issue that I wanted to cover before we went to proceed to finish off the program, and that is the Miller Hill School Bus turnaround. So sorry to staff to throw that at you. That'd be Mr. Peace. And I'm bringing that up now. Good. I see you're there. And if we can do that, and then we can cover off the rest as we can cover it off. So Mr. Peace, welcome and good day to you, sir. It's 12:28. Hello.
Good morning, everybody.
Hold on just one second. Carrie, would you like to say something?
Sorry, it was my understanding that after this this report, that council will be breaking for lunch, and then we'll resume the meeting afterwards, right? So council has an opportunity to get up and be able to go for lunch after Steve presents his report. Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm sure council appreciates that. Now, go ahead, Mr. Peace. Welcome and good day.
Morning, Mayor and Council. As requested, when we last spoke about Miller Hill and the school bus turnaround at the end of last year, an option was brought forward through the delegation to look at another piece of property that was presented by the Limberlost Forest Reserve. So with all the changes to our scheduling and planning with everything that was coming in the spring with COVID, I did get out and do a couple of site visits as it states in the report. And the report also states the estimated construction cost. This cost currently is based on 100% of township forces doing the work. I know the Limber Loss Reserve had also thrown out that they may be able to supply some materials and labor, but at this point I can't count on that in my estimate. So I've gone ahead and roughed out the numbers to approximately $15,000. The slight reduction compared to previous is due to the fact that there's already an existing gate there. At the time of writing this report, the school board has not approved the use of this turnaround if we were to construct it. I did reach out to the school board relating to the acceptance of this turnaround, and with everything that's been changing with COVID and getting the kids back to school, they are not in the position to review this until after the kids are back to school and they work through the hiccups of getting everything organized. We still have not heard back from the school board in conversation with the MTO on some of the changes that could be completed at Highway 60 to improve some of these safety concerns. And again, I assume between holidays and scheduling with everything that's going on, trying to get everything organized with schools, that this will be delayed as well. But I did want to bring this report forward to keep council aware of the costs that we're projecting should we move forward with creating this turnaround. And in an effort of time, I can answer any questions. I think everything is covered in the report.
Council, I just wanted to bring you up to speed as to what I had done, because Steve kind of glanced on it. I just wanted to make it clear when we were having, when just a couple of weeks back, I don't even know when it was a couple of weeks back, I had reached out to Norm Miller, our MPP, because we wanted to have a discussion with MTO, the school board, and the OPP with regards to Highway 60. Mr. Peace had come up with some, in my mind, brilliant solutions to this problem on Highway 60 for the school bus to stop without going into that turnaround. And I want to also state, I took one phone call and I've seen a number of emails with regards to this, and I want to make it very clear to the public watching that the children and the young people's safety is of the utmost importance to us here at the Township Lake and Bays. There are kids too, and it's extremely important to us. We're not debating that. We're trying to come up with a solution that has somehow fallen on the municipality. And I understand how. It was just that I believe the municipality listens, and the parents had come forward and said, please. And then, of course, Limberlost came forward and said, you know, we can help too. And let's come up with a quick, easy solution that will avoid, you know, any kind of a block, and we'll donate some land and away we go. But at this point in time, Council, I would ask, I'm happy with the report, and I want to push this back to the province. And Norm Miller, his office has contacted me twice and said he's sorry for the delay, but of course this week we had AMO and all the meetings going on. And we are going to have a meeting with this discussion moving forward, and I believe we can come up with some kind of a solution from Highway 60 with the MTO, because I do believe Mr. Peace had some great ideas there, and I'm going to bring them forward and put this back in the hands of the people that control it, because we do not have control over the MTO, we have no control over the OPP, and we have no say as to what the school board does. So that I just wanted you to be up to speed on. Councillor Tapley, question, comment? You have to unmute yourself, Councillor
Let me
Tapley.
find the unmute, Mayor.
There you go.
Would you please briefly touch on the solutions on Highway 60? What they might be?
Okay, briefly, I wasn't prepared for that question, but I can briefly say, and can Mr. Peace, go ahead, Mr. Peace.
I believe that was touched on page 3 of the report. One of the suggestions was looking at the removal of the passing lane that's currently located at Miller Hill. One of the issues that was raised by the parents was that the traffic was bypassing the bus on the right-hand side when the kids are getting on and off the bus. By removing that lane, that is potentially a solution there. The other piece of that would be to create a left turn lane for the school bus or for the residents that turn left onto Miller Hill. If you scroll down just to the bottom of that page, I believe, Carrie, or the next page has there we go, the points. So by creating a turn lane, it would end up being similar to Tallyho Beach or Winter Park Road, where there's a left turn lane in the center, so traffic has to pass on the right, but then the bus would stop in the live traffic lane and everybody would, if they were going to pass the bus on the right, they'd have to tangle with the guardrails. Of course, the additional signage that was requested in 14, and the other option that's out there is possible same side pickup, which means the bus would travel past Miller Hill, turn around somewhere, come back, pick up the kids, turn around again, and go back to Irwin to drop them off. These are all options that are out there. It's just a matter of how the school board reviews everything and looks at the big picture of all of their stops and how they can help, and then the MTO, of course, with making those changes.
So if I could add to Councillor Tapley, just for clarification, I had spoken to MTO about this, but when we decided to bring this forward, my contact was on holiday, and then we were trying to set up timeframes to have a meeting, and of course we've been busy, so it's been difficult. But I believe if we can get the school board, the MTO, the OPP, and ourselves into one space on Zoom probably, and I'm okay with that. We can have a good discussion about how we can solve this and resolve it, because I believe it's out of our hands in that way, and I don't think that we should be taking on costs. And as Mr. Peace had suggested, it also creates a bit of a hazard backing back onto the road. And I actually went up to Miller Hill and drove the road last year when we discussed it, and I got to say, I wouldn't go down the hill with my car. It scared me to death. It looks like a ski hill. So that concerns the heck out of me. And I don't want a bus driver taking a good run at it, hoping to, and no concern. I mean, the bus drivers are fantastic. I'm concerned for the children's safety. And I think the best resolve might be one of these situations. We also discussed that weigh scale, whatever that checkpoint is, Mr. Peace, and that could be brought forward as an option too in our discussions. But I'm confident that Mr. Miller, and then my new contact at MTO, and I did discuss this with the school board, and I also discussed it with the superintendent. We just need to all get into the room and say, okay, what works, what doesn't work, and how can we move ahead on this? That's how I feel. But I'm open to suggestions and comments. Go ahead, Councillor Tapley.
I don't like having kids walk from the weigh scale station because there's no sidewalk. So that's also not safe to march them up the road. I just don't want this to fall off the table anywhere. I want the situation as it stands is not safe. And I don't want to see it just go status quo and vanish. I agree getting everyone in a room. I agree that's critical. But I want to keep this on the back burner somehow. So if they get in the same room, they all start fighting, we're not going to just leave it there.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Councillor LaCroix, you had a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly as a comment, first of all, thanks, Steve, for the report. It was certainly informational about MTO. I still don't know why they're not, like you say, moving on this. It's been a long time coming. But I just wanted to say that spending $15,000 is not a lot of money, and that's not the issue. The issue is, to me, if the school board won't commit to picking up the kids at that new location, then there's no point going forward. As the mayor said, that is a steep hill. It's not good in the wintertime, and to me, I think the school board is going to really fight the change. I don't really think they want to go up there, but if they did, to me, $15,000 isn't a lot. But I would really like to see MTO resolve this at the highway, where it's not only the safest for the school bus, but for the kids and the parents as well.
Okay, well, I appreciate those comments, and I am not just putting this away, Councillor Tapley, and I'm hopeful that you'll prod me if I attempt to do that. But I'm at this point very much looking forward to the conversation. I did try to initiate it, and I believe I got somewhere. I got answers immediately from our MPP's office, and then I got a comment last week, and I believe Mr. Peace, you saw that as well. That we're working on a date. It's just a matter of trying to assemble everybody in a room. And of course, with AMO this week, meeting all the ministers, and this week was kind of out. And my new contact at MTO did a fantastic job with the line painted on Spring Hill Road, the Spring Hill exit. There was a mistake made there, and he quickly corrected it. and I'm confident that we have a relationship with them that can work well. So leave it with me if you could, or if you're confident, and I will have that discussion. I'm looking forward to it, and I think we can come to some kind of mutual conclusion that will keep the stop where it belongs and in the hands of the people that can properly supervise it. So, moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Tapley. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of Township of Lake of Bays receives the staff report Miller Hill School Bus Turnaround Update dated August 19th, 2020, and further that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Lake of Bays continues with the status quo and deny the creation of a new turnaround on Miller Hill Road to be used by the bus companies for picking up and dropping off of students. Council, I'm going for the vote. Oh, did you have a question, Councillor Tapley? Go ahead.
Should that not say pending discussions with school board and MTO? What happens when we pass that and MTO comes back and says they're not going to do anything? So it's back to us as school board. If we defeat this, we can't bring it back for a year, right? So should there not be some clause in there to say we're in discussions, we don't like the status quo, it's only until we can find a better solution or something like that? I trust our staff to word this.
Okay, so I'm going to go to whoever smiles first on camera that wants to word that. There she is. Carrie, go ahead.
Reconsideration can be within the 6 months of the decision. So if council makes a decision today, they have the subsequent meeting you can make a decision, or 6 months after the decision is made. So if you make a decision today and you find out that the parties are not willing to make any changes, it can be a reconsideration in 6 months.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm muted. Council, I'm going for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. I guess you were wondering if I got a question. Thank you. Okay.
Apparently everybody needs some lunch.
Apparently. A little break would be good. I want to thank you, Council, for your patience during that and during the situation. And it's been quite a go. We're looking for that final. Are we looking for? Oh, here's the recess one. Good. I like that. It's time for recess. Moved by Councillor Tapley, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Be resolved that Council recess for lunch until 1:30 p.m. And that's all it says. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, and we'll see you a little later on. Oh, sorry, Councillor Croy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say thanks for moving some of the items forward, and that I will not likely return after lunch, as I will be at a Public Works meeting. Okay, and for councils and for the public listening, the Councillor LaCroix has a very serious issue that he has to deal with at district, and it's extremely serious. And I'm not going to go into it now, but he is going to help us out there. So anyone who thinks councillors don't work more than a couple hours a day is wrong. So thank you very much, Councillor LaCroix, for attending this morning and helping us through that. And thank you for council's permission. Thank you, council, for the permission to move everything around. But I'm confident we'll get through the rest of the meeting. So thank you, and good luck with your meeting. Thanks again.
And see everybody back here at 1:30.
Thank you very much.